All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Columbia Association Board of Directors for tonight, September 25th, 2025. I'll be conducting tonight's meeting in alignment with CA's board operating procedures, code of ethics, our civility policy, and Robert's Rules of Orders. Board members will be recognized up to 2 times per motion, with priority given to those who haven't yet spoken. Let's continue to engage respectfully, stay focused on the agenda, and work toward productive outcomes for our community. I will now call the roll to determine the directors in attendance. Sky. Reg.
Here.
Karen. Here. Wes. Mike. Eric.
Here.
Delilah.
Here.
Bill.
Here.
Ashley.
Here.
I am here. Sean McInnes.
Here.
Excellent. And then, like I said, I know that Mike is planning to join remotely, so if we can just get an audible so we can, cool, thank you. All right, this is a reminder to everyone joining us in person that the audio and video of tonight's meeting are being broadcast live to YouTube and will be available for review later this evening. Anyone using the link to the meeting on CA's website will be able to see and hear the proceedings. If you haven't already, please silence any phones or other noise-making devices, and for board members, just a reminder to turn your mic on when speaking and off when not. Tonight's timekeeper will be Delilah. We are moving on to item 2, announcement of closed and special meetings held and to be held. On September 18th, 2025, the CA Board of Directors had a closed meeting, and all 10 board members were present. The vote to close were 7 in favor. Anderson, Ferron, Galibra, Holmes, Santos, Sullivan, and Vaughn, and 3 against, Avery, Emery, and Greenberg. The time to close was at 6 p.m. The reason to close was according to Section 11B-111, Section I, discussions of matters pertaining to employees and personnel. The purpose of the closed meeting was the discussion of board activities and behaviors related to personnel. The CA Board of Directors Audit Committee had a meeting just last night, September 24th, 25. The committee members present were Bill Santos, Reg Avery, Sky Anderson, and Tim Redman. The vote to close was all 4 in favor, 0 against. The time for the closed meeting began at 8:04 p.m. In accordance with 11B-111, Section I, discussions of matters pertaining to employees and personnel. Section 4, consultation with staff, personnel, consultants, attorneys, board members, or other persons in connection with pending or potential litigation or other legal matters. The purpose of the closed meeting was to review internal audit reports in consultation with staff personnel on legal matters, and the time that meeting ended was at 9:04 p.m. Okie dokie. Moving on now to item number 3, which is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion on the floor? First from Ashley, is there a second?
I second it.
From Sky, is there any discussion? Oh, sorry, Julia.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Peterson is on.
Very good. So Mike joined us at roughly 7:03. Cool. Thank you very much. Switch that in the roll. Okay, sorry. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda from Ashley, second from Sky. Discussion. Eric.
Point of order. Under 7A, the vote on the ethics policy. The ethics policy should come under new business. This is the first time we've seen these resolutions to change the ethics policy. It's also the first time we've seen.
Eric, you're out of order. That's not a point of order. Point of order is about rules and procedure, not a point of information or new debate. So that is out of order.
No,
is there any amendments to the agenda?
Point of order? It is a point of order.
Are you making any claims about the rules or procedures for tonight?
Yes. Yes, it's out of order that the ethics policy is old business because it's actually new business.
It has been mentioned 3 times.
By who?
This is the 3rd reading by this board.
It has not.
Okay, you're out of order, Eric. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? Karen?
Yeah, I would actually like to move that we remove the ethics policy from the agenda because we tabled the ethics policy.
Okay, so Karen has made a motion to remove the ethics policy?
Yes.
Okay, so Karen is making a first. Eric, you seconded that? Yes?
Yes.
So the motion on the floor is to remove item 7. I want to make sure that I have it.
7A.
Thank you. Remove 7A. All right, the amendment is to remove 7A. Is there discussion? Karen?
I just want to explain why I want it. We tabled this more than 60 days ago, and according to our governance documents, if we table something, amendment or tabling of motions, prior to voting on motions, the board can amend or table any motion by majority vote. Any tabled motion dies 60 days after it was tabled, and we are now more than 60 days out from having tabled that motion.
Is there any other discussion on this amendment? Eric?
Actually, point of order, we don't actually need to vote on it. The ethics policy is technically dead.
Mike has his hand raised. Mike?
Just for everyone's
We
awareness.
can't hear, hold on, Mike, we can't hear you that well.
Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, a little bit. Give us 1 second. All right, try again.
Is this good?
Yes, a little bit better.
The ethics policy was first breached at our May meeting. That was the first time it was brought up or broached at the May meeting. The concepts for changing it were then first fully discussed at the June meeting. They were then discussed at the July meeting, which was less than 60 days
That's not
ago.
what we're discussing. This is not what we're discussing. We're discussing what we tabled more than
and
60 days ago.
And they were in fact tabled then. And this is the third time we've discussed it. So no, this is a bad idea, and there's no reason we can't discuss it tonight.
Point of order, the last meeting this was discussed was more than 60 days ago. It was 9 weeks, 9 times 7 is 63
In this
days.
document.
I don't know if John is on the call, and
Colin, do you want to see the copy of this document?
I don't, sorry, did someone have their hand raised or something that I missed? I don't think that, I think to Mike's point, we have had this as 3 readings, and I don't think that
That's
that's,
not what I'm suggesting. I'm not talking about, my motion was to remove it because we tabled it more than 60 days. It has nothing to do with the 3 readings rule. It is simply because the Columbia Association Board of Directors governing documents, the ones that we are using to conduct these meetings, says if you tabled a motion after 60 days of tabling a motion, it dies.
Ashley?
Can I motion to suspend that rule?
Okay, so Ashley's going to make a motion to suspend the 60-day rule.
Was it July 24th? Was that the meeting, the date?
Yeah, July 24th.
Okay,
That's-
so 63 days.
Yeah, 63 days.
So
9 times 7.
You have to.
we will do fair point. Is there any other discussion on the remove 7A from the agenda? We'll start there. Is there any other, Karen, for your second time on
Eric
this?
is right. We don't actually have to vote on it. It's in our governing documents. We should just remove it because it's been over 60
Yeah,
days.
There's a
The
motion
motion
on
is
the
dead.
floor to remove 7A. That's what we're discussing right now. Is there any other new, and this is, Eric, your second time for this motion?
Yes, we should remove 7A because the agenda item is effectively void. There's nothing to discuss because there's no live motion. The motion is dead. There's nothing to discuss for this agenda item. So we might as well just remove it because there's nothing to discuss. There's no motion to be voted on that can be voted on. The motion is dead. We should just move on.
Okay. Is there any other discussion to remove 7A? Bill?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to seek clarification here. It seems that if we had a motion back in June and it was tabled, and we did in fact pass a 60-day mark, consistent with our governing documents, that motion would then be null. If we wanted to introduce discussing the ethics policy at a later date, meaning today, it seems to me that would be an equally valid thing to do. We wouldn't have to take the motion off the table. We are in fact introducing it for a vote, which is a completely different thing than taking it off the table. And since it was expired, that seems consistent. There seems to be a consistency here that says this is the right way to go. Is that correct?
Point of information on that. You can introduce a new motion, but that would be under new business.
I think that if it's been discussed before for this board, it can come back as old business.
No.
It doesn't necessarily have to
Okay,
come
we're
back.
going to
new-
stop.
new
We're going to
motion is
stop
new
right now.
business.
We're going to stop. Right now, we have on the floor a motion to remove 7A. Is there any new discussion? Reg?
Okay, so from what I understand, and I haven't read this yet, and
to the bottom.
From what I'm looking at is that it says that prior to voting on a motion, the board can amend or table any motion by a majority. Any tabled motion dies 60 days after it was tabled. So it's kind of cut and dry to me that it's, it's done, it's over. Now, if you want to bring it back, I would assume that if you want to bring it back up, then we, go through reviewing it again. I think that's the only option that's left to you, but it's done and over with for today.
Any new discussion?
Yes, I do, Don.
I'm sorry, I can't see. Mike?
This is a ridiculous conversation because we are talking about delaying our business based on a technicality. But also, the technicality at stake is factually incorrect. What was tabled at the July meeting was not the resolutions or the motions that are in the packet today. What was tabled was just a conversation about the concepts. So if the technicality is actually that it's a motion that has been tabled, there was no motion tabled at the July meeting. We just moved on from the discussion.
Okay, is there any new, you both have exhausted your
I just
turns.
have
You
a
have both exhausted,
clarifying
you're
question.
out of order, Karen. You have
I have a point of
exhausted.
information.
Point of information.
What is your point of
It's
information?
privileged.
What's your point of information?
What Michael said just contradicts what he previously said. When he said we've had 3 readings, he's saying this is different than what we saw in July. And so he's saying it's a technicality, but this is different. So we've either had 3 readings or we have not.
Okay, is there any other discussion on this agenda, this motion, which is, again, to remove item 7A? Okay, we're going to go to a roll call vote now. Again, the motion on the floor is to remove 7A. A vote yes will remove this agenda item. Sky?
Come back to me.
Reg?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes?
Mike?
Nope.
Eric?
Yes.
Delilah?
No.
Bill?
No,
Ashley?
No.
Sky?
No.
And I will vote no. That is 3 in favor, 6 opposed. The motion fails. Going back, Ashley, I believe that you had a motion. Do you want to introduce that motion?
Yeah, I motion to suspend the 60-day rule.
Is there a second?
Point of order.
Is there a second?
Point of order on the
Is
agenda.
there a second?
Second.
Delilah, thank you. Is there any discussion? Eric,
Yes.
thank you.
Point of order. So what rule are you suspending? Because you're actually suspending our Columbia Association Board of Directors governing documents. So does the question I have is, does the 2/3 rule apply to our governing documents? We're not suspending policy, we're actually suspending our governing documents.
Great.
Yeah, Ashley?
Yeah, happy to respond to that. So I feel very confident that the governing documents didn't think that because the board took a summer break and did not hold a meeting in between, that any topic that was tabled at the prior meeting was going to be dead as a result. It's definitely a technicality because it's been 62 days. That would just be irresponsible for the board to, it would have been tabled with the intent of it dying, really, if people were aware of that specific rule.
Mike, I saw your hand and then it went down. Was that an old hand?
Yeah, I was going to largely say the same thing Ashley said. I will also just remind everyone that the resolution in the packet tonight was not tabled, and there's actually no reasons that we even need to suspend these things.
Karen?
Yeah, so when we tabled this motion, there was every intention that the board was going to have a meeting on September 11th. So we weren't actually on break, and then we decided to replace our meeting with a town hall. So we didn't hold a normal meeting. So I don't think that I think the board should be more aware of its governing documents. And I think if we're going to follow the rules for how we conduct the meetings and everything else that we use to keep order, then we should follow this as well. I think it's bad policy to allow this, to say this is a technicality. The board was fully aware of these governing documents and has used them to serve their own purpose whenever it seems right for them. But when it seems right for others, apparently we don't follow the governing documents. So either we're going to use them or we're not.
Reg?
So, I really don't understand this. We have the governing documents. Those governing documents state this is what we're supposed to be doing. If we don't follow those, then we might as well just go ahead and shred it, because that's probably what's, because anytime that you disagree with something, and I'm talking about you as in we, the body here, decides we disagree with the rules, then we can change it. So why have the rules? And I'm kind of disgusted that we're, okay, this isn't what you want, but it's what's said in the rules. And I'm just reading it just now. I saw it, read it out to you guys. That's what it says. And apparently, when you want to do something, you do what you want to do. Don't care what the rules are. That's not the way Columbia Association works. It's not the way the residents want us to portray ourselves. It's really going against the spirit of what Columbia Association is about.
Is there any new thoughts? Eric, for your second time on this motion.
Yeah, I request that the motion maker identify where in our governing documents allows us to suspend the governing documents by a 2/3 vote. I can't find it, so
Ashley, you can, this is, second time, Ashley.
I am not going to have time, obviously, to look at that right now, and you seem much more familiar with what the governing documents are. In terms of what the residents would want, I would think they wouldn't want us to continue wasting time rehashing the same things over and over. And Karen, you mentioned that we had the town hall on September 11th, and it was discussed at the same board meeting where it was tabled. So it's not a surprise that we had the town hall. We were fully aware that we would have the town hall on the 11th, and there would not be an opportunity to discuss this topic at the September 11th meeting. So given that, again, it still seems like a technicality. It's a difference of a few days. If Thursdays happen to have fell on different dates, it wouldn't be the same situation, and it's irresponsible of us to have this process have to begin again. It's a waste of residents' time. It's a waste of board members' time to have to go through the entire process once again. That's it.
Mike, I saw your hand second time.
Yeah, this is a completely unserious approach to governing the Columbia Association, and we should move on.
Bill?
I just want to provide some information for folks who are watching at home. The board documents, the governing documents that we're talking about is in fact a collection of procedures. When Eric was saying you're trying to amend the governing documents, it's a collection of procedures. That's the content of the governing documents. This is not the bylaws or the charter or anything like that. And I want to make sure that we clear up any confusion for folks who are not privy to the document that we have in front of us. It is a collection of procedures that has been asked to be suspended in this motion. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Eric, you've spoken twice. You're not recognized.
Okay.
Are there any other?
Point of information? The question I have is, when our governing documents does it say our governing documents don't apply to technicalities? And we've heard about technicalities all over the place. I'd like to know where in our governing documents does it say these documents don't apply to technicalities?
Is there any other discussion for this motion? Okay.
Can I have a point of information? I want to, just for clarity, the motion is to suspend the specific rule having to do with tabling things that are over 60 days old, correct?
Correct.
Not the entire governing documents, that
Correct.
very specific rule, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Reg, second time?
Actually, point of information.
Oh, sorry.
How long is this suspension supposed to last?
For tonight's meeting, is that correct? Tonight's meeting. And I'll just add one thing to Ashley's point. If we met on Monday, we definitely would have met under the 63. I will go ahead and call roll. So again, the motion on the floor is to suspend the 60-day rule, as Ashley brought up, and to Mike's point, and is for tonight's meeting. A vote,
Point of information, though, like what is required for that to pass?
I believe it's 2/3.
Okay.
Yep. So a vote yes will suspend the 60-day rule provision. Sky?
Could you repeat what a yes vote would mean and what a no vote would mean.
A yes vote would, in fact, suspend the 60-day rule for tonight's meeting.
Which means we would discuss it.
Yes. A no vote would mean that the 60-day rule stands, and I want to double check our governing documents, but as of my understanding this moment, we would not be able to discuss it.
No,
You're voting no?
correct.
Reg?
Yeah, me confused now.
Okay, I'll back up.
Sorry.
So a yes vote will suspend the 60-day rule, so there can, at this moment, be a discussion for ethics. A no will not suspend, so that there will not be a discussion
No.
tonight. No.
Thank you.
Karen?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Delilah?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. That is 5 in favor, 4 opposed. By majority, that passes, 2/3 that fails. And I'll need to just double check, and I will call a recess after residents speak out to double check on that. Are there any other amendments to the agenda?
I'm raising my hand, Colin.
Oh, Mike, sorry.
Could we actually take a recess now to check on what the rule actually is? Because I am, again, not convinced that we can't discuss this because of what was tabled at the last meeting. And this will have a material impact on on amending the agenda, because if we can't discuss it, then we need to add this back on to new business.
I'd be okay with that. Is anyone opposed to a quick 5-minute recess just for consultation? All right, let's do a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back at 7:27. back. John, I don't know if if you're able to unmute. Maybe.
Can you hear me?
I can. So would you mind, thank you for joining us remotely. Can you just remind us real quickly about how we can proceed with the topic at hand?
Yes. We went back and reviewed what happened at the meeting on July 25th, and there was a motion that Karen made. However, she subsequently withdrew that motion, so we have that in the draft minutes. And if you look at the video, we did discuss the ethics policy because I just went back and looked pretty extensively. So because that motion was withdrawn, it's as if it was never made, and so we can proceed with the discussion.
John, hold on.
Order,
Eric,
point of information.
you're not recognized. So, John, thank you. I just want to make one small correction, though. It's in the draft meeting minutes in tonight's packet. It was actually Eric on line 134 of the minutes. He made an original motion, and then on line 140, Eric withdrew his motion. But your point still stands, John.
Point of information and point of order. So the point of information on line 34, I made a motion to table the agenda item. That passed by a 4-3 vote. That agenda item was tabled. A board member cannot withdraw a motion that passed this board. Otherwise.
You did on line 140.
No, that's out of order. No board member in order can withdraw a motion that's already passed. When we take a vote, we take a vote, and that's it. So the only way to undo a vote, which you can't do anymore anyway, would be to take another vote back then, but it's been tabled. So the motion to table has to stand because I cannot unilaterally withdraw a motion that we already voted to approve. That's completely out of order. Otherwise, say we have a budget vote, say I move to pass the budget, we pass the budget, then 2 months later say, I withdraw my motion, and then the budget goes away. I mean, that's ridiculous. So in Robert's rules, once a motion has passed by a vote of the board, that motion carries. The motioner can no longer withdraw that motion. So the lines from 140 to 144, it's not really clear what motion was withdrawn here, just as withdrew a motion, doesn't say which one, cannot apply to the motion to table under line 134. That just simply is not in order under Robert's rules.
John, do you have a response or thoughts?
I think the board's action was inconsistent with that. I mean, Eric freely participated when we discussed the motion. The prior discussion, and said he withdrew his motion. So I don't know whether a vote was necessary or not, but certainly the board acted to not act as if the motion was tabled because it had an extensive discussion on the ethics policy. So, I don't know what else to say, except, it's almost like an estoppel. The person who made the motion says he withdrew it, and then discussion proceeded.
I cannot withdraw a motion that's passed.
Colin, can I ask a question of clarification?
Yeah.
And add some context? Eric made the motion. It's at if you want to look at it on the transcript, it's at like the 150, 151 timestamp on the transcript for people who are searching for it from the last board meeting on July 24th. What happened was Eric made the motion and we voted to table. And then Michael said, did everybody understand what they voted on? And he went around and asked each board member who was in attendance whether or not they understood what they had just voted for. And it was Michael, I believe, who said he wanted to reconsider the last motion to table. And then we entered into a discussion of the policy, but I do not recall, and I'm trying to find where Eric says I don't see in the discussion and the transcript out on YouTube, I do not see where Eric is withdrawing the motion at all.
Okay, you're out of order, Eric, you're not recognized. We have spent ample time discussing this. We're way over time. We've spent 40 minutes and we're not even past an agenda. So because the motion that had been tabled and was
Alan,
later
I have my hand raised.
Oh, sorry, Mike, go ahead, I guess.
You don't have to recognize me if you don't want. I have
Not
my-
really, not gonna lie. Because the motion that had been tabled was later withdrawn, it is no longer pending. That means we are free to discuss the matter
Point-
without
point
needing
of-
to
point of
suspend
order.
any rules.
Point of order. You cannot withdraw a motion that this board has passed. That would be like whoever passed the agenda, whoever made the motion to pass the agenda says, okay, 2 hours into the meeting, I withdraw my motion to pass the agenda. The agenda goes away. I mean, that's absurd.
We're gonna go to the main motion, which is, Eric, you're out of order.
No,
We're
no,
going to- Eric,
no,
you're
no,
out of
no,
order.
no. It's a point of order, which is a privileged motion.
Okay, so a point of order, if I
It's a
recall, is
privileged
what you're going
point.
to be doing. Let me just double check, because I had it up just a second ago. So if
Colin,
you
as
are
the chair, you can just overrule this point of, you can overrule the.
That's true, because point of order is going to be about rules and procedure. But we're going to go and take a vote on the main motion, which is the agenda as presented. So the motion on the floor is passing the agenda as approved. I'm sorry, as presented in the packet. A vote yes approves the agenda. Sky.
I'll come back to me.
Reg.
I'm sorry. No.
Karen.
No.
Mike.
Yes.
Eric.
No.
Delilah.
Yes.
Bill.
Yes.
Ashley.
Yes.
Sky.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. That is 6 in favor, 3 opposed. That passes. Great work, team. 40 minutes on the agenda. Okay, we will now go to the Columbia update. Sean.
All right, well, we have 2 videos tonight, but before that, both Dan and Jeremy just have quick updates for the board. So, Jeremy, if you want to start.
I'll be brief. Just a couple quick updates associated with community ops. So after several years of hard work by staff and working through collaboration and partnership with the state of Maryland for funding, our new permanent band shell is going to be coming to life next season. So there is a groundbreaking at the Lake Kittamaqundi Lakefront on Tuesday, October 7th at 9 a.m. There'll be numerous dignitaries, so we hope that many of you can attend that groundbreaking event on October 7th. The other item is we are continuing to make progress on the Natural Resources Management Plan. We have selected a contractor, a vendor to facilitate that process over the next year. We had the kickoff meeting for that project this week, so that's a quick update on 2 items for the board.
Dan.
So I noted in the packet with the memo that we have a survey that started actually on Tuesday morning for brand and sentiment awareness of the CA organization. Pretty excited about that. We've been actually working on it talking about it for the last year, even before Sean came, and then one of his focus points was awareness. So it dovetailed in nicely. And Ashley had asked a question, and I'll talk about it a little bit. It's complicated, so hold on. So, like, who's the survey going to? Because it's a very targeted survey. There are going to be 650 respondents. 455 of them are going to be residents, and I'll define that in a second, because they don't know who exactly residents are, but I'll define that in a second. And then 195 are going to be business stakeholders, which are either business owners or people who work in Columbia. So what defines a resident? Because we don't know, like we know, but we can't tell them who pays the annual charge. You have to live within the 44, 45, 46, 42, and 29 zip codes. And then there are further questions within the survey which ask if you pay the annual charge, but if you rent, you may not know. So we won't have 100% certainty around that. And those same zip codes apply for the business stakeholders as well. Then next level down, we're also going to be looking at some very specific demographics. The respondents are going to mimic the ethnic backgrounds of Columbia. So 40% of the sample will be white, 20% will be African American, 10% will be Hispanic, and then 30% will be from all the other categories. And that makes up the most recent. Then from the age breakdown, 30% will be kind of the Gen Z 18 to 30 range. Gen X and millennials, 31 to 56, will be 35%. Boomers, 57 to 75, will make up 30%, and then 76 plus will be 5%. Those kind of breakdowns give us enough statistical, no, I don't want to say statistical, margin of error to be able to connect various crosstabs of looking at ethnic background, age, resident, non-resident, or own or rent, and still stay within a fairly comfortable margin of error. So we'll get some very reliable data out of this. We're very excited about it.
Can I ask a question? Or make a statement?
Karen?
Dan, I'm super excited about this too. I can't wait to see how this comes out, and I'm very happy with what you've just told us, so thank you.
Ashley?
Great. Thank you. That was even more detailed than I was hoping for. I like the categories that it has, or the goals of the survey, and I was wondering, do we have a mechanism for asking about the relevance of the services that we currently offer and ways to identify unmet needs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they were pretty good about it. That's why we went to an expert to do this, and they helped develop the survey. Our major contribution was helping them understand the difference between a membership and a Columbia card, a paid membership, a Columbia card, and a resident and non-resident.
Awesome. So this will continue until you've met all of those
Yeah,
requirements.
they're going to go, their
unforeseen.
job is to, until they meet those, the ethnic and the age categories, they're not done.
Awesome.
So if they
Okay.
get 2,000 responses back, but they haven't met those categories, they got to keep going.
Great. Thank you for that.
Any other questions
It's,
for Dan?
It's lumped in there with Gen X and millennials.
We have two short videos. The first, CA recently made headlines on ESPN. The feature spotlights a former CA team member turned MMA fighter, his return visit to the athletic club, and the inspiring impact of our own Christina Pert. Is awesome to see the role that the CA community has played in his success.
Christina.
Look who it is.
Yes, I'm back.
The champ is here.
I'm back.
How you doing?
Amazing and blessed.
That's good. So good to see you.
And that's good to see you.
Okay, things went really well. When he was working with us, he was our front desk in FCA. So he was on the floor working with members.
A real people person.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Christina is a second mom to me. She is one of the leaders and managers of Columbia Athletic Club. She was one of the people that always listened to me, and she had a smile on her face. That's an amazing woman.
When he was getting ready to leave, we were talking about his dreams of fighting in UFC. I knew he was going to be successful.
This gym means a lot to me. I worked here a long time ago, and I used to speak all the time about being in the UFC. This was a place that I'd gone to before the professional MMA fighting dream was even a thing.
This is UFC 194. UFC 190. McGregor Aldo. This isn't something that's surprising. As long as I've been alive, there's never not been a time where he hasn't been completely dedicated to it. It's God, family, and then fighting. This is who he is. This isn't something he adopted. This is just him expressing himself. He always knew this was coming. Good job, though, man. Everybody's proud of you. I'm proud of you, too. It's my dude. Mashallah.
Yeah, inshallah, yes. I'm working out, and Brian Butler calls me. My man.
Man, how you doing?
Not much, I'm good.
We got your bout agreement made. First fight in the UFC coming up.
Yes. Am I ready? He better be ready. It's gonna be good.
Here we go. Welcome to the show, man. It's official now.
Yes, I can't wait, and I'm gonna get him. It's a feeling of motivation and excitement, and then it dies out, and now it's time to put in the work.
Well, let's go get this, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, bro. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, talk to you soon.
Sorry, see you, man. Bye.
You heard the call, right? A little bit. Yeah, that was the November 9th fight.
Hopefully this time I can actually be there. It'll be nice.
Yeah, you better. I knew that I was going to be someone that's not going to wait around for everyone. It's not going to take a year to compete. I'm here in the UFC to fight, and I'll do it as much and as often as I can.
This video recaps CA's first ever Pride in July event. There were hundreds of people celebrated at the lakefront with bursts of color, powder, drag performances, and a community parade around Lake Kitt. And that's it.
All right, very good. Thank you, Sean. Ashley?
I have a general question. When I was watching this back from the last meeting, the videos that we displayed weren't showing, like they don't get blown up, right? So if you're watching remotely, you can't see these videos. Is there a way that for future meetings, when the videos are edited, we can show the videos full screen?
Yeah, we can work on
Yeah.
that. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, any other questions right now? Okey doke. We'll now move to resident speak out. As shared previously, this time is for residents to offer constructive, respectful input on the issues before the board. I ask that everyone follow our code of business conduct and civility policy. Personal attacks, defamatory remarks, or discriminatory language will not be tolerated. Speakers who violate these expectations may be asked to stop, forfeit their time, and could face restrictions at future meetings. Thank you for helping us maintain a space for productive and respectful conversation. Lastly, that we ask that all speakers to please submit your comments through the resident speak out form online. I believe the first person I have on my list is Dara Baker online.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, thank you so much. I believe some of the board members know who I am, but not everyone does. I am Dara Baker. I am a resident of Longreach and a federal employee. I have been away with a couple of family emergencies, which is why I have not been in attendance, but I wanted to come this evening because I really thought that the ethics policy, and also as part of the conversation you had this evening, was really too important not to have something to say. So I think I'm going to start with a statement that I'm kind of confused about how we can have these types of productive conversations when we, according to some of the amendments in the ethics policy, really would not be able to refer to people by the words that they say or the votes that they take. Now, I'm trained as a 19th century historian. In the 19th century, writers tried to hide identities by using initials, but everyone involved already knew who was being referred to, so it was kind of like an inside joke. But setting up a system that really punishes elected representatives for referring to other elected board members by name should be laughable. If you're not proud of what you say, then you should not be on the board. If you cannot take criticism, you probably shouldn't be in a public role. If you think you know better than the residents who elected the members of the board, well, that's another conversation about how you respect or don't respect democracy. The changes to the ethics rules should be an embarrassment to all of us, to every person who loves the Constitution, respects the intent and purpose of the Founding Fathers and their promise of governance by the people. In this ethics proposal, you're clearly stating that some people matter more than others in the most blatant way that I've seen thus far in my time in Columbia. And every part of the discussion that I just heard that really is an attempt to stifle debate and to ensure that only one type of voice can be heard. Where does it say that the Columbia Association speaks with a single voice? We have 10 villages. There are supposed to be 10 voices. At least there's supposed to be differing opinions. After a board vote, the members must not criticize or contradict the decision in public forum as outside of board meetings or proceedings, even though they may explain the rationale. Well, you're elected to represent the residents. If the Columbia Association staff decides that that's what they want to do, that they want to speak with a single voice, that's great. But what's next? What's next? What's the next step? To delete a section of the record or sanitize recordings if someone disagrees with you? And where does that end? If you want Columbia to be a corporation rather than a community, please go ahead and complete the paperwork to incorporate and release us all from paying into a system that no longer listens to the residents. If the board requires unanimity, then all votes should be unanimous. And I've seen nothing that is looking to seek consensus or trying to find a way to cooperate what I've seen really looks like procedural posturing in order to get one party's interest across, and rather than even following the rules that you've set for yourselves.
Tara, I'm sorry, but your time is up unless you had one final thing to wrap up.
I really do. The 2 clauses in Section 4 should be struck. Ethics are intended to ensure and protect the community from unethical action, not protect elected representatives from criticism.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and please be sure to submit your comment online, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. I'm working on it.
No worries. It seems to be very common these days with AI.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Richard Bannister.
Yep. Oh, there I am. You got me?
Yes, hello.
Hello. Good evening. I'm Richard Bannister, a longtime resident of Longreach, and I'm here this evening to comment on the new Code of Business Conduct and Policies for Columbia Association. At the very beginning of the code, the first thing it says in the introduction is, quote, "The general guidelines for conducting business on behalf of Columbia Association could be contained in a single statement. Do the right thing, whether or not somebody is watching." However, at the very end of the code is guideline 616. It says, "Other than as to their own individual candidacy, sitting board members shall not publicly endorse, oppose, or campaign for candidates in village elections." I ask, why is this unethical? Why would this be considered not good conduct? If someone was watching, so what? What is the complaint? This is unlike any other political arena I'm aware of. I've never heard of any other election where this activity would be considered unethical or of poor conduct. In fact, it is how elections are generally contested in this country. Why is it incorrect for a board member to be interested in supporting or opposing who else is going to be on the board? Why is it wrong? Why would it be wrong for them to campaign for somebody who they believe in, who they believe would bring extra value to the CA board and hence the governance of our town? Are they not allowed to point out differences or alliances of views they might have with other village candidates? It's not something you want to keep hidden. I've read the code and all the other violations seem to make sense to me. Just to pick some out for comparison, drug-free workplace, that's obvious. Conflicts of interest, who's going to argue with that? Equal opportunity, I'm all in favor. Misuse of assets, of course. But in 616, it says political activity. Individuals are free to engage in political activity, including endorsement of candidates for political office, when they make it clear they're acting in their individual capacity, not as a board member. And then it says, no, they're not allowed to do it when it comes to the governance of their own hometown. It's contradictory and just another step, along with not allowing members to interact with residents during speak out, to insulate the board from fee-paying residents. Thank you. And actually, I've got a few minutes left because, that was a very interesting discussion you had at the beginning. And I would have thought rules were rules. We're expected to follow them. And if it's the rule that a motion gets tabled within 60 days and the people on the board, Karen spotted it. She brought it up. But other members of the board had the opportunity to bring it up. You had the opportunity to have an emergency meeting. You had the opportunity to not have a meeting on the 11th of September. So, I don't see why you're even discussing these ethics if you're not going to follow your own rules, follow your own ethics. It's perplexing to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Richard, and please be sure to submit your comments online. Alan Klein, as for a group.
There used to be a time thing that showed us how much time.
It's very teeny tiny, and I don't know if it's, I'll give you a 1-minute warning if that works.
There used to be 2 clocks on the wall. Do we not function within time anymore? Times are different, I guess so. Okay, Alan Klein, speaking for the Coalition for Columbia's Downtown. First of all, it was really nice to hear that CA, the survey you were talking about, Dan, and the pride thing, that CA still takes diversity seriously and group identity seriously. I wanted to say something positive before I get into the rest of this. This whole ethics thing or conduct is rehashing. Talk about rehashing. It's a poor use of, we spend so much time, I spent almost 10 years on the board. We spent so much time talking about this. What's the problem that you're trying to solve? I don't get it. I don't see it. So it ends up looking, and the changes that are proposed seem like a blatant attempt to quash the free speech rights of minority board members and weaponize power over them. I don't like it. I would point out also, just listening to the last almost an hour, that, for example, Michael's comment that whatever was going on was, quote, unserious, unquote, is a blatant ethics violation, civility violation. It attempts to get into the mindset of and disparages other board members. And it really saddens me that no one called him out. This whole thing about only allowing 2 speeches or two speakings per item is ludicrous. It stifles the whole purpose of a deliberative body. It encourages speech making. It discourages listening. It discourages the ability to influence each other in the back and forth of a real conversation. It turns this into just a showpiece. People say what they have to say, and then they vote the way they were going to vote. It doesn't make sense. That's ridiculous. A couple other things before I get into the ethics thing specifically. It interests me that the senior staff, at least the senior staff that gets to sit around this table, are all white men. I don't know what it means, but it interests me. It saddens me that this board seems to be continually, and even more so than when I was on the board, so polarized, even to the point of clearly we've got sides of the aisle. That doesn't speak well for how you all are working with each other. There were a number of reasonable additions and edits, but the policy on reporting talks about that violations of the code will be determined by quote unquote disinterested members. If somebody's accused of this whole thing about speaking out against a policy that was created by the board, which is in the proposed policy, then every one of you is interested because you either voted for it or against it. And you either agree or disagree with the person who said it. So there can't be disinterested members. So that doesn't make any sense. And I'm wondering what happened to the law firm that we hired before. Not that I was really in favor of that as a way to do things, but that was what the board had. I assume that was still in place. And this whole thing about removal from the board, I hate to say it, but you are an elected board. You are not a self-perpetuating board. You all had nothing to do with putting each of you in the position, except for running as individuals. But you didn't have anything to do with getting anybody else in a position to be on this board. That was done by the residents of their village. Where do you get off removing anybody? You didn't put them on. How do you get the ability to remove them? The restrictions. I agree, doing something on bad faith, that makes sense. Misleading information, that makes sense, that's not allowed. But this addition to the civility policy about criticizing somebody else by name, what's one person's truth is another person's criticism. The truth is supposed to be a defense against libel. So doing how do you stifle the free speech of somebody to say they can't talk about somebody by name? How can you not allow somebody to campaign? That's also their free speech. That doesn't make any sense. You are a corporation. You are governed by 3 things: the duty of care, the duty of loyalty, the duty of obedience. But that's to the organization's mission, not to individual decisions. And if you as board members think that a decision that was taken by this body violates the mission of the organization, it is your duty to criticize. It is your duty to contradict. It is your duty to speak out against it, even if it was passed by a majority of your colleagues, because it violates the mission. That's your duty of care. That's your duty of obedience is not to the decisions of the board. It is to the mission of the organization.
Thank you, Alan. If you can make sure that you submit your comments online, that'd be great.
You want me to submit this?
And next we have Andrew Fried. I hope.
Oh, it's Freed.
Freed,
Andrew
I'm so
Freed.
sorry.
No problem. Yeah, people get it wrong a lot. So thank you. And yeah, so I am in my 2nd year as being on the Oakland Mills board. And I also serve as their architectural chair, and I had heard that this ethics and code of conduct had been controversial, and I just read it today for the first time. In my opinion, the vast majority of it is very good. I did think that it was well written and well thought out. I did have a problem, however, with one section, section 6.16, political activity. I think that is fine to have that section apply to any paid employee of CA or any volunteer of CA, but certain parts of it, in my opinion, should not apply to the board of directors. For instance, in the first paragraph, it says, no one shall use their CA title in connection with any political endorsement or support. And later, a similar sentence at the bottom or phrase. And I oppose that. Although this rule would allow a CA director to give a political endorsement, they couldn't fully identify themselves, that they are one of the directors of CA, which it seems like it's infringing on that person's freedom of speech. A person who expresses their political opinion should be able to add the proper weight to that opinion. They should be able to communicate that they have some standing in the community when they're giving a political endorsement. And a great way of doing that, in my opinion, is to be able to say that you are a director of CA, if that's true. And then, as stated elsewhere in this section, that you would have a duty to qualify yourself, saying, okay, this is my personal opinion and not the opinion of CA, but here it is. And then once you've done that, I don't think there should be any restriction that a director would require to give some political endorsement. And let's see. There is another point at the bottom. Let's say it says, other than as to their own individual candidacy, sitting board members shall not publicly endorse, oppose, or campaign for candidates in village elections. I strongly oppose that, similar to the other residents. We don't live in a dictatorship. We live in a society that votes for its leaders and representatives. Endorsements are common, as they should be. This rule could be taking away free speech, which seems un-American to me. So yeah, that's my take. I think the code of conduct could be a great policy, but you should, in my opinion, change this 616 section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. And if you can make sure that you just submit those comments online for follow-up. Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Joel Hurwitz. Joel?
Evening. Hear me?
Yep.
Evening. To the record, Joel Hurwitz, Harper's Choice board member, speaking as an individual. You continue to not follow your strategic plan for gateway governance regarding the 11th village, see lease notification law that's going into effect next week, or the ethics policy. You don't respect the residents, the villages, or the Columbia Council structure. Sean's testimony on Gateway omitted any reference to Columbia governance. I was very disappointed. I've testified numerous times on the language in the village articles of incorporation on the Columbia Council. You ignore it, you don't care. If you want it in writing, respond to my previous emails on this and related topics. Because you can't do your ethics if you don't understand that. From your strategic plan, it says CA strives to be better connected to its stakeholders and members of the community, both professionally and personally, for mutual beneficial, meaningful long-term partnership, social wellness, inclusion, belonging. Identify and establish relationships. You're supposed to deal with community partnerships, including but not limited to relationships with our villages. I'll skip over nonprofit organizations and adjust CA's approach to optimize the organization's effectiveness and reach in the greater community. You also consider new relationships that may be beneficial to the community efforts of the organization, take stock of missing or weaker relationships that need to be strengthened, and make efforts to establish or stabilize those that align with CA's mission and vision to develop opportunities for intentional collaboration. You're supposed to facilitate communication with stakeholders and community partners regarding strengthening relationships, building trust, sharing ideas, providing feedback, and working together more effectively, gain understanding, reduce confusion, keep up to date to allow for timely identification, resolution of issues before small problems escalate, inform, be informed, stay agile, and adapt to changes quickly. You don't follow your silly strategic plan, and I associate myself with basically everything the previous speaker said, especially Alan, because you wouldn't be treating the villages and the residents this way because you don't understand the Columbia Council election structure to start with. So everything falls because you're having an election for Columbia Council reps, not for the board. And in numerous places in your governing documents, you need to fix dealing with majority election votes and 2/3 votes, because that's screwed up throughout the charter and the bylaws, because you don't follow that either, apropos to your discussion earlier about following your governing document. Numerous places in your ethics policy are in conflict with the votes in different places. You are appointed by the members, yet somehow the board members remove the board members. It makes no sense. So how are you going to have an ethics policy also, which then supersedes all the guidelines in the governing documents? Because there's a place in the governing documents which says or could refer to another thing, but the charter doesn't even have that reference to your ethics policy to tie them together. So I find all this void in violation of your governing documents, which
Joel,
you did discuss earlier that you needed to follow. So
Joel,
please do that, and no, there's nothing in writing to follow up.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Joel. And last, I have Susan Bannister.
Are you going to hear me?
We can.
Okay. Well, good evening. I'm Susan Bannister. I share and support many of the concerns expressed here tonight by previous speakers regarding the restrictions on, particularly regarding the restrictions on communications between our representatives and their constituents. Restricting my representatives from speaking to me restricts me. It restricts the information that I get, and it impinges on my right both to speak and to hear from them. Some of the restrictions raise questions about how the explicit protections for those making complaints of ethics breaches by individuals would extend to protect a whistleblower. That is a member who uncovers wrongdoing from operations by the organization itself and may have a duty to inform the public in order to prevent or expose harm to the public, in this case, Columbia residents and their property. When you restrict our representatives' rights, you restrict our rights. More problematic tonight, I mean, this was an example of what happens and what may happen, the disregard of rules that are in place and have been put in place by certain other procedures and necessary procedures. The disregard of rules tonight for a so-called efficiency, but this doesn't serve the residents at all. It's not efficient. It shows that maybe these ethic policies don't matter because they're just going to be superseded or overruled or whatever in 5 minutes for tonight or for a week or for a month or for a year. This discussion that happened tonight was very troubling. The fact that you paused for 5 minutes, you had a decision based on the rules, and some people that may not have agreed with the ultimate result even voted that, in favor of following the rules. But apparently several did not want that to happen, and so you paused for 5 minutes. What happened during that pause? Well, the whole thing went back to the majority forcing their will on a minority who were trying to keep the rules in place as they were written. If you want to change the rules, do it properly. Don't suddenly make a motion to overrule the rule. This is ad hoc. This is not the way. It's not inspiring of trust. It's not inspiring of confidence. It's really just to say that no wonder there's a concern about ethics when the very foundation of the ethics, which is putting rules in place that hopefully promote and keep people ethical and abiding by things that they've said were worth abiding by, give up and just say, okay, let's just overrule it tonight because it's more convenient for us.
Susan?
I'm very disturbed, and I agree with Alan. I agree with Dara. I agree with Richard. I agree with
Susan?
all of the people that spoke tonight. With Joel, this needs to be really looked at closely.
Thank you, Susan, and if you could be sure to submit your comments online, that would be appreciated as well. All right, that concludes resident speak out for this evening. I know that we've had plenty of recesses, but I'm apologizing in advance. We're going to take another 5-minute recess, so we'll come back at 8:20. Yep. Thank you for that quick recess. We'll move on to item 6, which is the consent agenda. Is there any opposition to the consent agenda?
Yes, there's opposition to the consent agenda.
Okay, A and B, or A or B?
I request that A come off the consent agenda.
Okay. We can move, would anyone care to make a motion to add those meeting minutes under, I guess, we can put that under new business as a vote for item D, if anyone has a motion for that?
Second.
Okay. Oh, I messed up my agenda. Hold on one second, sorry. So item D will, 8D will now be approval of draft minutes from July 24th. I'm sorry, so Eric made that motion. Karen, did you second that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 8D for 724 minutes. Is there any objection to doing that? Okay, then by consent, we will add 8D to the 724 minutes. Okay, so the 9/11 minutes, is there any objection to those? Okay, then by consent, the 9/11 minutes will stand. All right, we will now move on to 7A, which is the vote of the ethics policy. Sean, do you want to add any commentary first, real quick?
We have John online available, but this is the update to the ethics policy. He can go through the detail on it.
Before you do that, John, is there a motion on the floor? Is there a motion on the floor?
Move to table the agenda item.
Second.
I'm ruling that out of order because we already did that in the consent, in the agenda portion. Nope, it is out of order. We're not entertaining that because we already passed the agenda and we spent a lengthy amount of time talking about that. So that would be a dilatory motion, so we're not entertaining that. Is there any, Mike, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I'll motion to approve the workflow resolution.
Okay, so Mike is making a motion for the workflow resolution. Is there a second? Sky. All right, John, can we talk about the workflow resolution first?
Yes, absolutely. Thought I had video. There I am. Yeah, the workflow resolution is just related to making a visual representation of a flow chart to make it easier for residents and persons interested in the process to see how the ethics process works from complaint through review, resolution. And so this resolution simply asks the staff to prepare a flow chart and give a visual representation of the procedures that are called for in the various ethics policies.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? The motion again on the floor is to pass the resolution for the workflow resolution. Eric, first time?
Yeah, I find it a bit concerning that staff is preparing our ethics flow chart that governs board ethics. A lot of these changes are board ethics, and if staff is preparing a flow chart to basically cover board ethics, my concern here is that the board is beginning to report to staff. Like, staff is setting up the flow chart that the board is adhering to. So the concern I'm getting is we're sort of blending lines that who's reporting to whom. I mean, on the org chart, the board is at the top level, and so I'm concerned that this should really be a board activity. The board should be preparing this flow chart. This is a board thing. This is a board product.
Mike?
I think Eric misunderstands what this motion is. The staff isn't creating a new process. The staff would just be drawing a picture of the process that exists. I move to end debate and call the question on this resolution.
Is there a second to end debate?
I'll second.
Ashley? Okay, so this is ending debate on the workflow resolution. So made first by Mike, second by Ashley. So the motion is to end debate on the workflow resolution. So a vote yes will end debate for this agenda item, which is the workflow resolution. We're just ending debate for this vote. Sky?
I have a question.
Yes or no? Is it a point of order or a
Yes,
point of information?
It's point of order.
Okay.
So if we're ending debate, does that automatically result in voting for this resolution?
We will go back to vote for this resolution. Yes.
Yes.
The flow chart.
Yes. Sky voted yes. Reg?
No.
Karen?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Delilah?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That is 6 in favor, 3 opposed. By 2/3, this passes. So the question has been called, which is on the workflow resolution. Again, the workflow resolution is presented in the packet. A vote yes will pass it as it was presented. It was moved by Mike, seconded by Sky. Are we clear on what yes and no's are? Okay, Sky?
Yes.
Reg?
No.
Karen?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Delilah?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. That's 6 in favor, 3 opposed. The motion passes. Is there any other motions? Ashley?
I motion to approve the ethics policy amendments and revisions.
Approve the ethics policy.
Objection?
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I object to the motion on the grounds that this motion's already been defeated, and the attempt to suspend the rules to revive it has also been defeated.
Eric, you're out of order. Again.
No. An objection is not out of order. I'm objecting to the motion.
Okay.
So that's
There's
an
a first
objection.
and second on the floor. John, do you have any commentary that you'd like to add to this motion, which is to approve the ethics policy?
Are you referring to, I mean, if you'd like, I can go through the various changes.
Point of
There
order.
really is nothing
The objection needs to be resolved
total
before we
that we haven't
discuss.
spoken about in the previous 2 meetings. I can go through one by one or handle it every way.
John,
anyway.
I apologize, 1 second. So Eric, you continually to make point of orders, which are interrupting this meeting. If you continue to do so, we can have a vote of this board, and you don't have to have any speaking for the rest of this evening. John, you can continue.
Okay, so briefly, we've talked about these in the last 2 meetings. This is the 3rd reading. There's really nothing we haven't talked about. This goes and shows the spots where the discussions have focused. So there are 3 policies that are subject to the discussion. There's the policy for reporting violations of the Code of Business Conduct and Policies, the Code of Business Conduct and Policies, and the Ethics Panel Charter, and the changes or the proposed revisions are in the various places. So I'll just let me start by generally referring to some of the background. So we are a corporation. CA is a corporation. You know, we've had this discussion many times. It's not a government. The standard for corporations are much different than government. The ethics policies here, I'll just kind of go through one by one. We started, I think the first policy in the packet is the policy for reporting violations. The first change or first revision appears at page 4. And this relates to discipline. Yes, the Green Book is what we're talking now, page 4. Basically says, provides a mechanism and gives direction to the board when it decides that sanctions should be assessed against a violator, a board member. This applies to the board, and this is under Part C, corrective action. You see there's a tiered discipline structure. And then it also provides that egregious violations do not necessarily have to go through the tiered process. And there's direction there as to give some context of what egregious means. And that's kind of self-explanatory. I'll just leave that there. The next change there is, it really isn't a change, it just rewords the sentence under section F, page 5. And that's the records of these complaints are confidential. And that really isn't a change. That is how the ethics process exists now. In terms of the Code of Business Conduct and Policy, we start with the introduction, page 2. I'm on the blue book now. In the 4th paragraph, it just clarifies what this refers to, or the ethical duties, CA business, and it just fills a couple of gaps to make clear that this also applies to newsletters, village newsletters, forums. The same standards apply. The changes in the next 2 paragraphs, or after 1 paragraph and then 2 more, also are basically current practice we do now, but it kind of codifies that the code and the policy are presented to board members. We do that now, but it doesn't say that anywhere, so we just put it in here. We also put in here that these financial disclosure documents, again, that are filled out now by senior management, also are subject to the financial disclosure documents. Again, it's a current practice, but doesn't appear anywhere, so we put it in there. The next page, it talks about training. I think that's an important aspect we talked about previously, and I think it's, from my point of view, a very important aspect. And if we put it in the code that board members and senior management must complete an annual ethics conflict of interest training, and there are sanctions if a board member or a senior management does not do that. We move to a couple pages down, section 3.0, page 5. Under restrictions on board members' activities, again, this applies to the board. This is in response to the concern that there might be a weaponization of the ethics process, and basically it applies or states that if someone weaponizes the process, that is an ethical violation in itself. So I think this is addressing some concerns that were raised previously in the discussions that we talked about before. 2 paragraphs down from that, we talked about restrictions on board member activities. And again, this is to clarify that there should not be dissemination of false or misleading information about CA, about other board members or staff members. I think, arguably that would be included, but this specifically spells it out. I think it makes it more clear. The next page, civility policy, page 5. We talk about some concerns that were expressed by various board members about civility in terms of targeting individual board members. That was the first change. The second relates to the one voice rule. Again, I understand people may have some thoughts on this and have been expressed. This is kind of basic corporate law. A board speaks with one voice. That's the way a corporate board works. Once something is decided, that's kind of basic corporation law. I don't know any other way to express it. That's kind of a manifestation of that issue. Again, the next paragraph or one line down speaks about unified message. I think there's been some misunderstanding about that. Obviously, the board members are free to state their positions in anticipation of a vote, debating a vote, talking about a vote. Even if various board members may disagree with the direction the board takes. Board members can even attach their statement to the minutes and put it in the minutes. But it's a basic tenet of corporation law that once a board decides something, it has to agree. Everyone is supposed to act as one. That's how the board votes. Again, that's a corporation. It's not a legislature. If we want to change this into a city council of Columbia and make it a government, that's fine. I'm just looking here at the current function of this organization as it's existed for 60 some years. It's a corporation. This is basic corporate law, and that's all it's designed to do. And I'll just say, it's not a perfect analogy, but in terms of the speak with one voice, and this also applies to senior management, but if we had an employee, if Sean issued a policy or made a direction and we had an employee talk about it's the dumbest thing he ever heard, I don't know why we're following it, did that publicly, that employee probably would not be here very long. It's essentially the same principle with the board once something is decided. Again, it doesn't apply to the deliberative aspect, and there's going to be lots of debate going beforehand, but it's contrary to a board's interest, contrary, in my mind, to fiduciary duty when the board decides something to have board members act contrary to a board's decision. And I understand there's room for disagreement, but again, this is not the city council. This is a corporation. A corporation, kind of black letter law, speaks with one voice. That's all this is designed to do. See if there's any other aspects of the, I think that's it in terms of, oh, I'm sorry, there is one. And this was referred to earlier. At the very end, under 6.16, political activity, this is in response to various concerns that have been expressed of board members actively campaigning against each other while active on the board. The board can do what it wants, obviously, but there have been problems before. I can't get into specifics, but we have received at least 2 recommendations that this be done to avoid these problems. And so this was thought to be the best way to avoid that. This doesn't apply to political activity if a board member wants to endorse a particular person for county executive or county council or House of Delegates or whatever, as long as they don't speak in a board capacity. The final paragraph just applies to village elections. And again, it was written as a way to avoid some of the problems that we've had in the past. The final issue or the final aspects of the changes relate to the ethics panel charter. Those are fairly straightforward on page 3, and these are all designed to make it more transparent and let people know what's going on. Under complaints in the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph, when investigation is submitted, it should conclude within 90 days of an ethics complaint. Again, we want to make sure that we're moving along and that people who file a complaint know that things should be wrapped up within 90 days. The next page, at the end of that section 1, again, in the interest of transparency, complainants shall be notified when the investigation and disposition of complaints are concluded. Again, to let someone who filed a complaint know that the process was completed and it's done. Again, just to be transparent about it. And finally, page 5, the final change relates to, again, transparency, calling for the principal ethics officer to produce an annual report for public dissemination. talking about, I mean, it is anonymized, but talks about the number and types of complaints received against board of directors and senior management, those investigated, and the categories of sanctions imposed. Again, I've heard various representations as to we don't have a problem, whatever. The way the system is now, frankly, it's confidential and no one knows if we have a problem because it's not public. This is at least a step. I mean, it's not, the names are not named unless there's a public reprimand or discipline, but it does give members of the public and residents an idea of what's going on. And maybe it's a clean slate, and maybe we can say that we don't have an ethics problem, or maybe we could say things were resolved or didn't have merit. But it is a token of transparency, a show that we are taking complaints seriously, and they are processed accordingly and reported on in this manner. So those are the changes. I don't think there's anything here that's we haven't discussed in the previous two meetings, but I leave it to your discretion to decide how you want to handle these. The resolution basically, as stated, states that we would adopt these changes as outlined in the red line in the packet.
All right, very good. Thanks, John. Delilah, can you tell us what a time check is, just for the
We have
lulz?
10:44 left.
We have 10 minutes and 44. Before we dive in, does anyone want to make a motion to extend time?
Oh, I'll make a motion to extend time by 10 minutes.
By 10 minutes?
Second.
Is there any objection? Great. Delilah, restart that clock. Mike I saw Mike in the queue, sorry.
Yeah, I think overall this is a step in the right direction. I do have an amendment that I want to make under the civility policy. I understand what John is saying, that in standard corporate law that you have the speak with one voice thing. But just given the nature of Columbia as a community-focused organization, and community governed organization that has elected members, I don't think precluding board members from disagreeing with policy is really compatible with our governance structure. So I'm going to move to remove the third addition under the civility policy. So after a board vote, members must not blah, 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 rationale for their vote. Strike that.
Hold on 1 second, because I just want to make sure that we're all super clear. Can you give me, you said it's the third thing. Is it on page 3? No.
It's under paragraph 4, civility policy.
What page is it on, Mike?
It's page 6, I guess.
Page 6.
On page 6.
Of the Code of Conduct.
Yep.
Page 6 of the Code of Conduct.
All right. So I have that, remove the third edition, page 6 of the Code of Conduct.
Right, and that's the one that says, after a board vote, members must not criticize, blah, 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 ends with rationale for their vote. So strike that whole piece. Again, my rationale being that I don't think that's really compatible with our governance style, where we have to explain our points of view to the community. And I think as long as we have those two previous prohibitions added, right, that you are not going around really trashing other board members or staff, and that you're not calling to question the integrity of the organization, and that you're not spreading, you're not lying about anything, right? Like all of those things are good additions. But I think there's ways to civilly express your disagreement, and that we should maintain that.
Okay, so hold on 1 second. So Mike, I have that you're making a motion to remove from page 6 of the Code of Conduct, beginning with after a board vote and ending with although they may explain their rationale for their vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second
there-
it, but
Karen?
I'd like to also make a friendly amendment. I think Mike is basically saying take the whole paragraph out because the board must speak through unified messages. It sounds like what he's saying is that's actually not possible. That's why he wants to take out the rest of it, that actually the second sentence clarifies the board must speak through unified messages. I think if that's the intent, then you actually need to take out the whole paragraph.
Mike, is that a friendly?
I don't accept that as a friendly amendment. The reason being that there's ways to express your disagreement, right? You can say things like, well, hey, the board did this and I'm going to work in favor of this. Personally, I would have done it differently, but so that's still speaking with one voice, and I think that's important to maintain. So I don't accept it as a friendly amendment. And I would suggest that instead of trying to do it as an unfriendly amendment, we just handle that potential deletion as a completely separate amendment.
Okay, so again, the motion on the floor is the removal of the blue lines on page 6 from after board vote, ending with explain the rationale for the vote. Sky?
I think that's a very well-crafted sentence. I would like it left in. It gives an example of what a board member may say or do after the vote, which gives more detail. And I'm just for leaving it in for those reasons.
Okay. Any other discussion on this amendment?
I'd second Karen's amendment.
Would you mind if we wait until we finish voting on this amendment and then I'll ask for another call?
No, I'm seconding Karen's amendment.
So Karen, your amendment was to remove the whole paragraph.
Yeah, just
Okay.
take the whole thing out.
Okay, so that was first from Karen, second from Eric. So right now we are on removing the whole paragraph, beginning with the board must speak through unified message and ending with explaining the rationale for the vote. Sky?
I would be voting against that for the reasons I gave a couple of minutes ago.
Any other discussion? Bill?
Okay, I just want to provide a little context. With respect to this section on civility, I did a number of searches, on the internet, which we all eventually wind up doing on things that we're trying to understand. And I did a number of searches on why boards should oppose decisions or not support decisions. And most of the results I got back were mistakes boards should avoid. Okay? And then I did a couple of searches on why should you support board decisions. There was a lot of stuff in there from a lot of people who do board materials and say that is the right and proper way to do things. Found one piece by a gentleman named Kevin Friedman, and I just want to read 2 quick paragraphs into the record here. Once a motion passes, the decision belongs to the entire board, not just those who voted in favor. The board has made a decision, not a selection of directors. Even members who opposed it must respect and support the outcome. This principle, often called board solidarity, is the key aspect of a board's collective responsibility. While board members do not need to celebrate decisions they personally disagreed with, they also should not undermine or criticize them publicly. That means no going to stakeholders to complain about what the board got wrong. This does not mean that board members should be passive. A strong board requires independence, tough questions, and rigorous debate. Members must be willing to challenge assumptions, negotiate, and push for better decisions. But at the end of the day, once the decision is made through a fair and proper process, one that is aligned with the bylaws, all board members must stand behind it. Refusing to do so is not only disrespectful to fellow board members, it also violates the legal duty of obedience, which requires directors to follow the bylaws among other responsibilities. Beyond that, it can seriously harm board culture and trust among members. It goes on a little bit more. I apologize for being so loud. I was trying to get that through as quick as I could. But I think this is foundational. We are a board. We are a collective that's trying to come into agreement on things. We will have majority opinions. We will have unanimous opinions. But all of those motions that pass, we have to support. If we're just a confederation of hired hands from different parts of the city that are going to break down and criticize every other decision that's made here, we are not going to go very far.
And I just want to be on record about that. If anybody needs to see the entire article here, please let me know and I'll get it out to everybody. And that includes anybody watching online, email me and I'll send you the link. So thank you.
Quick point of order, Colin.
Yeah.
Could we make sure that we're timing each other for?
Yep, I should have done a better job about that, yes.
Sorry, Bill.
Thank you.
That wasn't really directed at you specifically. You're just the impetus.
I earned it.
Eric?
So Bill, actually, I find that a very interesting perspective and actually some really good information there. The one question I have is, I feel like we're adhering to this sort of randomly. Like the motion to table the ethics policy from 2 months ago, that seemed to be ignored. Our motion to, again, suspend the rules to untable it, I guess, was also ignored. So I'm a little concerned that we are supporting board votes selectively, and that's a concern. And that's why I initially objected to this motion, which it seemed like my objection didn't get recognized. But we've, as a board, voted to table this in July. Our policy says that tabled motions after 60 days are dead. We tried to vote to suspend the rules to prevent that. That failed. And yet, we've seemed to ignore all those board motions. So I certainly agree with your sentiments, Bill, but I'm concerned that we follow them selectively.
Are there any other discussion on this amendment, Ashley?
I hope this is a point of information and not counting towards one of my 2 times. Can Mike or Karen give me an example of how the board would speak through unified messages and have the information and the other bullets still apply when they can explain their positions where they disagree? Is that clear?
No.
No. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm
probably
sorry,
more
Ashley, it's
towards
not clear
Mike,
to me
yeah.
either.
So can you give an example of how the board would still speak through unified messages when the board member may still explain their positions or votes that were in disagreement?
I guess the way I can give you the way I would go about it, which would be to say the board made such and such a decision. I personally voted against it because I have these concerns, but I'm fully supportive of the organization and will attempt to help them implement it fully going forward. And if there are signs that it's not working, I hope that other board members are willing to reconsider once that information has come in.
I see. Thanks.
Okay, just a reminder, the motion on the floor is to remove the whole paragraph, beginning with the board must speak, ending with rationale for their vote. Is there any other discussion on this amendment? Okay, so we're going to move to a vote then. So again, the motion on the floor is to remove the whole paragraph, beginning with the board must speak through unified messaging, ending with rationale for their vote on page 6. A vote yes removes the whole paragraph. Sky?
No.
That's not quite accurate, Colin.
No,
I'm really sorry. It's just amending my motion to strike something. It's just adding the first paragraph or the first sentence to my motion to strike things. It's not actually striking it yet.
Mike, we're on Karen's motion, not
correct, which is adding an additional sentence to my motion.
Accurate, but yes, it got proposed as a new amendment, and we're going to vote on it as such, which is the whole thing, and then we'll go back to yours, which is just the blue lines.
Okay.
So again, everyone, the motion on the floor right now is an amendment moved by Karen to remove the whole paragraph. A vote yes removes the whole paragraph. Sky?
No.
Reg?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
Delilah?
No.
Bill?
No.
Ashley?
No.
And I will vote no. That is 3 in favor, 6 opposed. The motion fails. We return back to the previous amendment, which was proposed by Mike, which is removing the blue lines, which begin with the after board vote and end with the rationale for the vote. Is there any discussion, or can we move to a vote because we essentially had this conversation? Okay, no discussion. So again, this is removing the blue lines that are on page 6, beginning with after a board vote, ending with explain the rationale for their vote. A vote yes will remove the blue lines. Sky?
No.
Reg?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Delilah?
No.
Bill?
No.
Ashley?
Oh my God, Ashley might have to vote with us.
Yeah. I'll go with yes.
And I'm voting no. So that is 5 in favor, 4 opposed. So the in favors have it. So the blue lines have been removed. Okay, we go back to the main motion.
I can't believe you guys voted that way.
Huh? We return back to the main motion, which is to approve the resolution that's in the packet with now the amendments.
No, now we're in discussion. And
I'm just saying that's what the motion on the floor is, Ashley.
Great. Okay, I even had the timer pulled up so that I could time myself, and now they're okay. So bear with me because I'm trying to cover a few different things here. So first, I wanted to thank all of the residents who have taken the time to write us and speak at our meetings. We hear you. We know how deeply our community values open expression, debate, and accountability. I also wanted to say that we clearly agree on something important, and that is that board members must be able to voice their opinions. Debate, disagreement, and different perspectives are part of good board governance. There is a time and place for disagreement. Nothing in these policy updates is changing that. Residents will continue to speak at meetings, and board members will continue to vote and explain their positions publicly. While many folks have raised the concerns about the First Amendment, which protects people from government censorship, Columbia Association is not the government. We are a nonprofit homeowners association. We're community volunteers, not public officials. This is not a political office. We are not paid for this. We serve because we care about Columbia. About half of our current board members are serving because they ran unopposed, because they were the only person in their community willing and interested in serving. There are no qualifications required to be a board member, no degree, no prior experience. And because of that, it's even more important that we have clear, fair standards to guide how we work together. This board changes over regularly, and it's unreasonable to expect every new board member to know every prior conflict. That's why we're putting in place a fair system of record keeping, a simple red flag process, so the board is aware if a colleague has repeated violations. It's not about silencing voices, it's about protecting the integrity of this board, the community volunteers who volunteer their time to serve, and focusing on the needs of residents. We also agree that we want more community engagement, not less. We want conversations that are productive and respectful. Our first town hall was well received, and we're planning more. That came directly from our desire to connect with residents, build trust, and make it easier for more people to participate.
1 minute.
I have a timer. Okay. It's surprising that anyone has objections to these improvements because they aren't radical ideas. They are standard practices of well-run nonprofit boards across the country. By adopting them, we're protecting this board, volunteers, and we're making sure Columbia Association can focus on progress instead of dysfunction. Lastly, tonight I've heard a lot of emphasis about following the rules, and our rules explicitly allow for exceptions, such as suspending a rule to follow the spirit of our documents. These procedures are part of how we function. We aren't ad-libbing here or disregarding as we see fit. Reasonable people find it more important to follow the spirit of a rule rather than supporting failure based on a technicality. The proposed changes we're reviewing tonight are to improve our processes, to catch up with nonprofit best practices, and to aid future board members in their service. And then finally, I'd like to make a motion to allow us to campaign or endorse those running for village board seats on page 12.
Okay, so there was a motion. Oh, hold on, but thank you. Ashley and Bill, thank you.
What is the motion?
And
to allow us to campaign for those running for village board seats.
Friendly amendment to also add all CA board seats.
Yes.
Pass.
Okay, so, and you said on page 12, Ashley? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so the motion is for an amendment to allow for campaigning for village board seats on page 12, moved by Ashley, seconded by Bill.
And I want to second Eric's amendment. To Ashley's motion?
Yes.
Well, it was a friendly amendment that got denied, and I'm going to rule that out of order right now because I want to focus on the current motion.
So then it's now an actual amendment that needs to be considered. So I'm offering an amendment to Ashley's motion.
Let's have that amendment after we discuss and vote on this amendment first,
I'm going to rule that
please.
out of order right now because it's germane. Thank you.
You will be heard, but let's just have order to it, okay?
Thank you, Bill. Okay, so we're going to have conversation on this current amendment to allow for campaign for village board seats. Any discussion? Sky?
Definition of village board seats, does that include the non-voting CA rep board member?
Ashley, do you want to
That
clarify?
is a great question. No, I only mean the voting members of village boards, not the Columbia Council seat.
And we can, are you okay with clarifying that? Voting member, voting? Okay. Any other discussion on this amendment?
Can we have the amendment now?
All right, I will go ahead and call the roll then. So this is an amendment to allow for campaigning for voting member village board seats to add on page 12.
Point of information, is that just in our village or across villages?
All villages is what I was referencing. So if I wanted to campaign for somebody on the River Hill Village Board, that amendment would allow it.
But not the CA rep.
Correct. Columbia Council not. Only the voting members for village boards.
That's so.
This is getting very confusing.
Okay, so the amendment is to allow for campaign for voting members across all village board seats on page 12.
Voting members.
Yes. All right, the first was from Ashley, second was from Bill. A vote yes would make this addition, again, to allow for campaigning for voting members across all villages and village board seats. Sky?
Yes.
Reg?
Come back to me.
Karen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Eric?
I'll abstain.
Abstain? Is that what you said? Okay. Delilah?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
Reg?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. So that's 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention, 0 absent. We are back on the main motion. Karen?
Yeah, I have a question, Colin. I have multiple things that I would like to amend about these documents. So I have a series of motions that I would like to make. How would you like me to do that? Because I only get to speak twice, so I would like to make these motions, have the discussion, all that kind of stuff, go through it.
If you can make them in one sweep, and then if people want to amend your amendments, we can do that.
Can we motion to add 20 minutes to the time?
Second.
Any objection? Okay, so Ashley first that, and who seconded that? I'm sorry. Who? Karen?
Point of information, Colin.
Yep.
Does making a motion count against someone's discussion turn?
Not, if they're making a motion, no, because that's not how I've been keeping track of it.
Right. So I think that addresses Karen's concern that you can break up your motions, Karen.
Yeah.
Better chance of success, too.
I'd like to make a motion to table this item. It's 9:05 or 9:06, and.
Eric, can you press the green button?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to table this item. It's clear to me with all the discussion that this is not ready for a vote. This needs a lot more thought. This needs a lot more time to get this right. It's 9:05. Our meeting is scheduled to end at 10, and we're still on the first agenda item. So I think at this point it'd be best to table this entire motion for now. So I move to table the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Karen? Any particular discussion?
There's no discussion on this.
Yeah, sorry, good point. Thank you. All right, so this is a motion to table this current discussion. Sky?
Yes.
Ugh. My tracker's, Reg?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
Delilah?
No.
Bill?
No.
Ashley?
No.
And I will vote no. That is 4 in favor, 5 opposed. The motion fails. Okay, so just a reminder, we're actually on the main motion as amended. Karen?
Okay, so I would like to make an amendment then. One of the things I'm really concerned about is the ambiguity on page 4 of the how you report the code of business conduct, so I can explain it later, but my motion is where it says egregious violations. I would like to remove that entire paragraph because I think it's a very ambiguous, well, if you want me to explain it after we, that's my motion.
The egregious, is that a bullet point one?
Oh, it's bottom of, top of page 4 on reporting, it's on the first document of the ethics. It's
I'm on the wrong document, that would be helpful.
And so
if I was
it's
in the right
the
place.
top of page 4, the second paragraph where it starts with egregious violations may be subject to escalated sanctions.
Sorry, I found it, thank you. All right, so your motion is to remove that.
Yes, and if you want me to, after it gets seconded, I will.
I'll second it, and I'll offer a friendly amendment to also delete the paragraph above it in blue, because that paragraph conflicts with our charter and bylaws.
Okay, I'll accept that amendment.
Okay, so just, so beginning with violations and ending with reappointments to the board?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, so Colin, I'm going to explain this, is the reason I wanted to remove the second paragraph is because it's very subjective. And right now, we have a board, you can tell by we're seated, Alan referenced it when he came in here and he spoke, is that clearly we have a board where half of us don't like the other half. I mean, that's been made very clear to everyone. And I do think that a lot of the changes that are in this ethics policy are directed at me. They're directed at me because of my newsletter, and they're directed at me because I campaigned against Bill and I campaigned against Sky last year when they were running for CA Board of Directors. I campaigned for their opponents. And while those opponents didn't win, clearly that bothered people that I was out doing that. So those, I don't believe that those fall under egregious, but I do think that some of you would like to file ethics violations or ethics complaints against me that result in violations, and then if we sat down with the disinterested group, that you guys would all vote to remove me from this board. I think, I have no doubt in my mind that that is the end goal of these changes. I think that as long as it's emotional like that and there's no clear criteria as to what egregious conduct is. So, for example, we had a board member removed a couple years ago. I don't think what they did was egregious. I can't discuss it, but I think things like divulging confidential information that takes place in an executive meeting, I think that's a violation of the ethics code. I think it's a violation of trust, and I think that falls under egregious violations. But I think that, like, that's the kind of stuff, if the person who would do something like that wasn't sitting here, if they were sitting over there, I think you guys would not vote to remove that person, even though that would fall under the definition of egregious. It's a breach of trust. So I think this should be removed because I think it lends itself to making members vulnerable to people who just have a legitimate disagreement with them, and because of that have decided that they don't like them, and so they want to use everything they can to get them off the board. And I think this makes every single one of us vulnerable to that, because let's suppose next year that the situation is reversed. Do you want us to have that same power that you are now taking for yourself? So I think this whole thing should be removed.
Ashley?
Point of order, please, let's time each other.
Yeah, no, Karen was under, but thank you. Ashley?
Great. Yeah, I'm curious if you think that there's anything currently in our documents that prevents the board from removing members right now, or, so that's one question. Second, is there any consequence or incentive that you think that should exist when board members are not conducting themselves properly or potentially causing damage to the organization or misrepresenting the board? Is there any limit to the number of ethics violations you think that should occur? Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Eric?
So I'll address Ashley's question. So in our bylaws, Article 2, Section 2.03 actually has a section on election removal of directors. So only the members of the Columbia Association can remove a director. So the members of the Columbia Association elect the directors, and only the members can vote to remove a director. So those provisions are in this document. The board can't do that. The board of directors cannot remove another director. So the paragraph above it is basically displaced by the bylaws. So it's in conflict with our bylaws. So the paragraph above just needs to be removed because it's in conflict with our bylaws.
John? I don't know. If that was,
Yes, I know on at least twice, and I think 3 times, I've gone over this with the board. I completely disagree with that assessment. It's incorrect. We've had outside legal opinions express that the board can do it. So, it's been discussed before. I understand that that's a point of view, but I would disagree with that assessment.
Okay, can I actually cite the article?
Yeah,
recognize Eric. Mike?
I agree with Karen's observation that this requires subjective judgment, as does many, many, many things in our position. And that is not a reason to remove some sort of policy that it requires directors to use subjective judgment. So that's why I disagree. And I would like to call the question, and if necessary, move to end debate on this amendment.
All right, there's been a motion to end debate on this amendment.
Well, first I'm just calling the question. If no one objects, let's just get to it without that.
Eric objects. So Mike is making a motion to end debate on this amendment. Is there a second?
I second it.
Sky? All right, so again, the motion on the floor is to end debate on the aforementioned amendments. Voting yes means we end debate, and then we'll go into an immediate vote on the amendment. Clear? Sky?
Yes.
Reg?
No.
Karen?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Delilah?
Yes.
Bill?
No, I had something to say.
Ashley?
Yes.
Same here.
And I will vote yes. That is 5 in favor, 4 opposed. I believe we need 2/3, so the motion fails. Is there any other discussion?
I got something to say.
Bill?
All right, quickly, Karen, I feel terrible that you have come to this conclusion that you are a target. I don't agree with some of the things that you stand for. But I ultimately respect the people in your village who have asked you to come here and sit at this table. And I have come to learn over the years that you sitting at this table makes me a better board member. If I had people who only agreed with me, I wouldn't have to think through all of my thoughts and all my arguments before I get here. So you make me better, and thank you for that, all right? I just want to make sure everybody knows, you and Adam, or Alan were talking about segregation here. When we sat down this afternoon, filing in, I sat here, I was the first one at this table. You and Reg and Eric sat down there. And that set up only seats on this side. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. For the member that you said didn't do anything egregious, I will quote the Baltimore Fish Bowl, which in the Baltimore Fish Bowl, they said that member altered corporate documents over a series of several years to his benefit so that he was absolved from the ethics policy. That, I think, in the determination of the board was an egregious policy or an egregious violation. And that's something that people need to understand, okay? That was in the newspaper, or in the online newspaper, if you want to call it that. So just a few things to keep this going here. I think it's important that if somebody has done something that is the, theft, embezzlement, the egregious things,
Sexual
altering corporate documents multiple times over a series of years, showing a pattern of behavior, the board should probably get rid of some of those people. That's what we call good ethical policy.
1 minute.
And we should figure that out. We shouldn't be afraid of making good decisions. So just in closing, I don't agree with you all the time, but I'm happy you're here.
What do you think, Bill?
That's how it goes, all right? Thanks.
Reg?
Thank you. So a couple things. One, something that Karen said I disagreed with, and that was that, that we hated each other. I don't hate anybody over there. I really don't.
I didn't say hate, I said dislike.
Oh, dislike. I don't dislike or hate or whatever you want to call it. I don't. Far as what Bill said about, yes, I came in, you were seated right there. And as you remember, I walked up and I started to sit down, but I said, oh, wait a minute, Sky's coming in.
We're off topic. The amendment
Excuse me, can I finish speaking, or is my rights to speak been taken away? If so, please let me know and I'll take my chains off.
Stop. Reg, you can continue with your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Gosh, but anyway,
You were going to sit next to me, but Sky.
yeah, Sky, I knew the Sky was coming. I didn't want to make room for Sky because I knew that's where she likes to go. So I sat over here. And as far as anyone else coming over and sitting next to me, Karen sat next to me. Delilah, Ashley, anybody else going to come over and sat? There was a seat here, there was a seat right over there. Could have happened. But the bottom line is, and it's something that Karen has said, it's very, very true. It's almost obvious that we come in and we expect to be outvoted. I mean, I don't always vote with the other two, but when I do vote, we get outvoted. We expect it. But there's going to come a time when it's going to be the other way around. You guys are not going to have all the votes all the time. And it's what I'm trying to say is right now, you look at it and says, okay, yeah, this seems like a great plan. We can get all, everyone is going to be able to have their thoughts and, we're going to have our rules. But there's going to be a time when it's going to come back around and there aren't going to be that vote. And you're going to lose constantly. 1 minute. You're going to lose. And you're going to see what it's like having to go through this. We need to work together. And it is obvious that we are separated. It is very obvious, but we do need to work together. And it's kind of disconcerting that we can't seem to do that. We need to be able to do that. And we also need to be able to speak freely without having someone come behind and be the speech police. I'm concerned about that as well. I thank you, Bill, for what you said about Karen. And you and I talked about it yesterday. And we don't always agree, but we work together. That's what we're here for.
Delilah?
Yeah, and John, you might want to jump in here if I'm saying something incorrect, but my understanding is that when someone files a complaint, it is not then automatically considered a violation. It would go to the panel, and the panel would then determine if there was a violation. The panel would then also decide if the violation is egregious, and then we would follow up with the tiered discipline or not. Is that clear, John? Am I correct in saying that the first step is for a complaint to be considered a violation?
Yeah, the way it works, complaints go to the ethics panel. Speaking of board-related complaints, the ethics panel makes a decision first whether it is in fact states a claim, whether it's warrants an investigation. And so the ethics panel can decide, well, you don't even meet the first step of stating a claim and we're going to close the file and then it's done. If it's decided that there is a claim stated, then there's an investigation performed. That investigation goes to the ethics panel. Ethics panel makes a decision and that goes to the board to make a decision. So that's the way it works.
All right, I'm going to call the roll on this amendment.
Point of
order,
information,
I'd like to
the
point out.
second sentence in the parts that I want removed, the second sentence in the second paragraph says egregious conduct is as determined by the board. It doesn't say anything about the ethics panel. It says we do it.
But it would go through the panel first.
It would go through the panel to be determined that it's a violation. Whether or not it's egregious and the board should remove that member, that is up to us.
John?
I don't think there's anything inconsistent with what I just said. The board makes the ultimate decision. The ethics panel could say, we think it's egregious. It could say it's not. But yes, the board decides. That's not inconsistent with what I just said. So yes, the board does decide, but the ethics panel looks at it first. But ultimately, it's the board's decision.
All right, thank you, John. I'm going to call the vote. We've had plenty of discussion on this.
I'd like my second time.
Okay, Eric, second time.
So I just want to read from Article 2, Section 2.03. There's actually a section here, election and removal of directors, and it says pretty clearly, at any meeting of members, that's different from directors, duly called at which a quorum is present, the members may, by affirmative vote of the holders of 2/3 of the votes entitled to be cast thereat, may remove any director or directors from office. So only the members can do that at a meeting of the members. the board of directors cannot remove. That's based on our bylaws. It's pretty clear based on the text.
Okay,
So-
and point of information, our legal counsel already provided an opinion on that. I'm going to call the roll to go
Oh, wait, I'm not,
for
I
this.
still have the rest
You're
of my
out of
time.
order now, Eric. We're moving over to a vote now. So the amendment on the floor right now was to remove all of the blue text at the top of page 4, beginning with violations of the code, ending with reappointment to the board. First by Karen and a second by Eric. So a vote yes would remove all of that blue text on page 4. Sky?
No.
Reg?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
Delilah?
No.
Bill?
No.
Ashley?
No.
And I will vote no. That's 3 in favor, 6 opposed. The motion fails. We are back on the main motion, which is the resolution as amended tonight. Anyone want to call the question?
I think Karen has more motions,
Oh,
more amendments.
I know, I'm sorry.
okay, sorry.
I mean, I really read through this document, so I apologize.
Karen, did you have something?
Yeah, so, on the Code of Business Conduct, motion number 1, page 2, the second paragraph, I think we should delete everything following the word CA business in the first sentence and up to and including the word situation. The final should read, the code applies to all activities involving CA business where a person could be considered to be representing CA in an official manner, sorry about that, because I think it's redundant. I think it's redundant.
So-
Let me go to that section real quick, Colin.
Let me just make sure I understand that real quick. So,
Sure.
are you saying the blue text, or more than the blue text in that section?
Hold on a second, let me go back to my paper.
Page 2 of the blue document?
Yes. No, hold on one second, let me see, what did I say?
No, page.
Make sure I've got it right here. Page 2, second paragraph, yeah. Delete every CA business and delete everything following the word CA business. Did you
Okay.
find it?
Yes, so from CA business until where? You want
To
it?
the word situation.
Okay,
The final should read, the code applies to all activities involving CA business where a person could be considered to be representing CA in an official manner. I think that's just cleaner, and that's why I'm
Got it.
presenting that motion.
Where are you?
let me just make sure that I typed it right. So Karen, you would like to strike from the words CA business to situation.
Right.
Page?
Yeah, okay. So then it should read if this motion passes, it would read, the code applies to all activities where a person could be considered to be representing CA in official or semi-official manner. Is that right, Karen?
Yeah, I think what I had it as, the final should read, the code applies to all activities involving CA business where a person could be considered to be representing CA in an official manner. And semi-official didn't seem, I took that out of my final sentence
second it.
because, thank you, because semi-official, I was like, well, that just seemed, it didn't make sense to me. So I just cleaned it up.
That's like time, okay. Hold on, I just want to make sure that I have Karen's motion right, because I want to make sure that it's,
And I think a lot of this is covered in section 3.0, restrictions on board members' activities, so.
So Karen, I have it on my document, I have it as, the code applies to all activities involving CA business, any other situations where a person could be considered to be representing CA in official or semi-official manner.
Sure, I'll go with that. That's
okay. I'm going to pause because we're out of time on this. Is there a motion to extend time?
Yeah, I'll extend by 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. Any objection? None? Great. Delilah, 10 minutes, we go. All right, so Karen made that motion. If you need me to repeat it, more than happy to do so, because hopefully I got it right. Is there a second? Oh, Eric seconded it, right? Eric, did you second it?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion?
Sky?
Sky, sorry.
I'm for leaving that in. It gives some examples, and examples are just details so that people don't have to think on their own, does this fit or does it not? So I'm for leaving it in.
Ashley?
Yeah, I'm doubling down on that. Our board changes over way too often, and it's with individuals who also don't have other prior board experience, and it's only going to behoove future iterations of the board to have examples in place, clearly spelled out.
Mike?
Yeah, I agree with Ashley and Sky, and Karen's only rationale that she provided was that it's redundant, but seeing as how contentious this policy is, I think the specificity outweighs the benefit of the redundancy or the downsides of the redundancy, and I would like to call the question.
Is there any objection? All right, so we're going to vote on the amendment, which is to remove the words from CA business until the word situation on page 2 of the blue document, which I think is the code of business. Are we clear on what the motion is? A vote yes will remove those words. Does anyone need me to repeat the words? Are we clear? Okay. Sky?
No.
Reg?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
Delilah?
No.
Bill?
No.
Ashley?
No.
And I will vote no. That is 3 in favor, 6 opposed. The motion fails. We are back on the main motion, which is the resolution as amended.
Call the question.
The question has been called,
No.
which is a motion to end debate. Is there a second to end debate for this?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Ashley and a second from Delilah.
Point of order.
To end debate.
Point of
There's been
order.
a motion and there's, for ending debate to go back, and then we're going to do a 2/3 vote.
I realize that, but you promised Karen that she'd be able to introduce all her amendments.
That is accurate. Maybe we can do it all in one fell swoop, because we are the ones that suggested she do it piece by piece.
Okay, we
Can
want
we
to
do that?
That's fine.
Would you withdraw your?
I withdraw.
Okay, thank you. Karen?
So the second motion is on the top of page 3. I'll read them. How about I read all? Top of page 3, replace the word must with are required to and delete the second sentence. Final should read board members and senior management are required to complete annual ethics conflict of interest training. The next one, top of page 5, second sentence, replace the word members with the word residents. There are no members in the Columbia community, only residents. Page 6, 4.0, first bullet, remove board members shall not publicly criticize other individual board members or staff by name. This is redundant. Additionally, it seeks to silence board members from speaking openly about issues and comparing and contrasting their positions to other board members. It is a direct attack on board members' constitutionally protected right to free speech. Number 5, second bullet, remove the first sentence because it doesn't make any sense. Delete the second sentence because it's covered by the first bullet. Number 6, remove second paragraph entirely. It's already addressed in other sections and doesn't belong in the civility section. Last paragraph in section 4.0, remove the paragraph. This information should be included in the communication policy, and if it doesn't, we should update it. And lastly, bottom of page 12, remove the first sentence as it seeks to deny board members their constitutionally protected right to free speech. And I know I'm going to get a second for this, and then I have a comment.
Do you have that typed up, Karen?
I do have it typed up.
Can you just email it to me?
Yes.
That would be lovely.
Hang on one second.
I will second it.
I beat you.
So we have a motion from Karen and then a second from Eric. Karen is emailing me that so I can, oh, sorry, Reg
Yeah,
seconded
give me
it.
1 second, Colin, to email this to you.
Okay, can I get a clarification on the last part?
I'll email it. Does everybody, do you want me to just?
You can just email it to me, or, yeah, that's fine, that's
Okay,
fine.
give me a second to do all this, because I don't think, hopefully it goes to everybody. Karen's motions. And I started with the second one since we already did the first one. Okay.
Thank you.
Did you get it?
I did. I got it.
I hear the beeps, so. Thank you.
So my comment about this is I know what John is saying about the fact that we are a corporation. We're not a government, but in so many ways that we are. So for example, if I was paying rent in an apartment, I could, if I didn't like what CA was doing and I was renting, I could form a tenants organization and I could withhold my rent. I could just put it in escrow and then it would sit there until my landlord, in my example, CA, did what they were supposed to do and that they behaved the way that the residents wanted. Well, our residents do not have that right. They are legally bound to pay their annual charge. They have no choice in the matter. So their only opportunity to have their voices heard is through us. So when we say we're a corporation, and we're a regular corporation, we're not a regular corporation. If we were on a regular charitable, charity nonprofit, yes, it would be completely different than the way we act here. But we do have to be elected. So we have a responsibility, it may be a quasi-responsibility, to talk to our residents. And we have a responsibility, as Alan stated, to ensure that we have the best board members on this board to make sure that the residents are being heard. And in multiple examples over the past several years, I mean, one of the reasons I'm on this board in the first place is the residents were being ignored. Multiple times they were being ignored. And so that's up to us. So I feel like a lot of these changes in this ethics policy shut down debate. This second thing, the Homeowners Association Act, the Maryland Homeowners Association Act, the spirit of that act is openness and transparency. We don't even talk to each other in email because we are worried that we'll be violating the HOA Act for public meetings. We make sure that all of our debate is out in the open. The good, the bad, and the ugly, it all needs to be open. A lot of these things, you know, you guys don't want people using their newsletters, you don't want them campaigning, you don't want them saying stuff. It's all on video. It's all on video. It's supposed to be captured in the meeting minutes, all that kind of stuff. All we're doing is repeating what actually happened in the meeting. And so I just think that, you know, at a time in our country when free speech is being trampled on everywhere we turn, CA has an opportunity to show that we actually do care about free speech, that we're not going to silence our members. We're going to let them go out and campaign in their villages. So that's why I made all these changes that I'm making, and my statement, that's all I have to say. Whether you guys vote on them or not, it's up to you. But I think it's important that we represent the residents, as I constantly bring up.
Any other, Eric?
Yeah, so that was a pretty complex set of changes. I do have one question as to the last paragraph. Based on that amendment, does that mean board members are now allowed to campaign for other board members or other elections?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make that clear. The second concern I have is we just had an email requested by the chair to that another member of the board sent an email of these amendments by email to the chair. I don't have this in front of me. Certainly the members of the public don't have all this in front of them. So I think what needs to happen at this point, so we're make sure that we're all following all the Open Meetings Act rules and everything, is that this whole thing gets tabled and gets posted on the agenda so everyone knows what we're voting on. Because right now we've got a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm confused as to what the structure of this policy looks like at this point.
I'll read it aloud. So this is the amendment that Karen proposed, which was to, at the top of page 5, for the second sentence, replace the, I'm sorry, did you say that you already did that one, Karen?
No,
okay.
I sent you the new ones.
Okay, great. So let me read them for the record. So at the top of page 5, the second sentence, top of page 3, the second sentence, replace the word members with the word residents.
That you're reading from motion 2 at the very beginning.
Motion 2 is where we're beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize.
No, that's okay. It's good.
Let me make sure that I had that pasted correctly then.
We need a motion for more time.
Yeah, well, no, she had it right.
No, I'm saying we're at time.
Oh, we're at time.
I'll move to add 24 minutes.
Oh my God.
That gets us to 10.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any opposition? Great. Okay, so the here is the motion proposed by Karen, which is an amendment. At the top of page 3, read the word must with, replace the word must with are required to and delete the second sentence. The final should read board members and senior management are required to complete annual ethics conflict of interest training. On the top of page 5, the second sentence, replace the word members with the word residents. On page 6, page 4, under the first bullet, remove board members shall not publicly criticize other individual board members or staff by name. Under the second bullet, remove the first sentence. Delete the second sentence because it's covered by the first bullet. Next, remove the second paragraph in its entirety. And then the last paragraph in section 4, remove that paragraph. And then on the bottom of page 12, remove the first sentence as it seeks, remove the first sentence. Is that fair, Karen? Mm-hmm. So now it has been read on the record as well.
Twice.
Twice. Is there any other discussion?
Can you repeat page 12?
Yes, the last one was, I just switched screens. Sorry, Sky. On the bottom of page 12, remove the first sentence. Okay.
I'm sorry, the bottom and the first, what?
On the bottom of page 12,
Yeah.
there's a block of text, remove the first sentence.
Beginning with other.
That is how I'm reading that, yes. Ashley, did you have?
Yeah, I'm fine and support the idea of changing the word members with residents. I mean, I think it's using members in like the generic sense, not the Columbia Association sense, but I understand Karen's confusion, so it's fine to replace it.
Okay. Any other discussion? Bill?
I just want to jump in on the civility changes there. I think a lot has been made about the board members shall not publicly criticize other individual board members. I honestly read that statement, and what I get out of it is, if we're talking about a capital project, talk about the capital project. Say it's great, say it's terrible, but talk about the capital project. If we're talking about a policy, fully endorse the policy, tell me you're ambivalent about it, or tell me that it's the worst policy that you've seen all day. Criticize the policy, but don't go ahead and say, the policy you wrote is stupid, or impugn people and say you have an ulterior motive for doing this. Don't get into people. Get into the things that we should be discussing here as a board. Criticize the policies, the capital projects, the plans that we have. Don't criticize the authors of the plan and say that this was ill-prepared, but say the plan is lacking in data or whatever your beef is. Or say it's fantastic. We like to hear things are fantastic every now and then. That's a good thing too. I don't see this as silencing people. I think let's focus on what our business is. It is not about beating up other people. It's about getting a better, capital project, a better policy, a better study, a better Columbia. That's how we serve the residents, not beating up on each other. And it says don't criticize each other. Focus on what's in front of us. The second bullet is about the organization, and it is not about the people. So that is not redundant. It is an organization of people, but CA as an organization also has its own policy there. So I don't think that the argument that is redundant is valid. So I just want to put those out there.
Thank you. John?
Thank
you. Just quickly, for clarification purposes, I understand Karen's point, but it is restrictive to limit it to residents, which would leave out of that people who are businesses, work for businesses, visit. So if you're just going to limit it to residents, it's just more restrictive. And I think the aim here is to be people who live, work, play in Columbia rather than just people who live there.
I will accept an amendment.
Karen, Mike was in the queue first.
Oh, I was going to speak to John's thing about accepting, if he wants to propose something else about how to describe them, I'm willing to accept a different word, but members is incorrect.
Okay, hold on, Mike?
There's so many things piled into this that I disagree with, and I'm not going to address them one at a time. I personally would be open to writing the prohibition on
Page 5.
campaigning in village elections in a very different way. That it was my understanding that the real issue was concern of whether board members were following the rules that villages had established. And so if someone wanted to make a motion separate from this one to change that so that it was board members are prohibited from disregarding the rules of villages, I'd be totally fine with that. But even if that motion or amendment were made to this current amendment, I would still not support this because there is so much wrong with the current amendment that even small tweaks wouldn't change my overall opinion on it. And I'm pretty sure that's the way the majority of the board feels, that small tweaks to this wouldn't be enough. And I would like to call the question and, if necessary, motion to end debate.
I think that there's objection to calling the question. So is there a second to Mike's motion? Ashley is second. Oh, God, it's late. Calling the question, moved by Mike, seconded by Ashley. So a vote yes will end debate immediately on this amendment, and then we will go to a vote for this amendment.
Point of information?
Yep.
Was Mike making a friendly amendment? Because I would accept that amendment if he wants to put in that
I was
that we
not,
would
Karen,
campaign and
because
we would
even
follow
with
the
that
village
tweak,
rules. I would definitely allow that.
I know, but even with that tweak, Karen, I still wouldn't support the amendment. So no, I would, because there was so much else crowded in there that I wouldn't support it.
I move to separate Mike's amendment from Karen's amendment.
The question has been called. We're going to do the motion to end debate. So that was moved by Mike, seconded by Ashley. So we're going to take a vote to end debate on the amendment. A vote yes ends debate. Sky?
No.
Reg?
No.
Karen?
No.
Mike?
Yes.
Eric? No. Oh, sorry. Delilah?
No.
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That is 5 in favor, 4 opposed. The motion fails. Reg, I had you written down. Were you in the queue?
Yeah, it was. I would just, it's okay now, it's already, it's okay.
You're out of the queue?
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay. Karen?
No, I was just wanted to address Mike's thing if he's not going to offer an amendment though. But if Eric wants to offer it. Eric?
So, yeah, I'll offer an amendment to separate that aspect from Karen's amendment, so that will create 2 amendments. It sounds like Mike wants to just vote on that part of it. If you can actually repeat what you're suggesting, that'd be great. But I'd move to separate Mike's suggestion as a separate amendment from Karen's, and that way we can do them both separately.
I'll second that.
Karen, you can just accept it as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, so I think Mike's, yeah, I'll accept it as a friendly amendment, and I think what Mike was saying was if you changed it to say you can campaign as long as you abide by the rules of that village, yeah, I think that's acceptable.
So I want to pause because, Mike, if you're saying this is a friendly amendment, I'm still looking at the main amendment right now, which has.
It's just the page 12 part.
Just the page 12 part, thank you. Okay, so just the page 12 part. Thank you for that. Okay. So I have that the motion that we have right now is an amendment for removing the first sentences on the bottom of page 12. Yes?
Yes.
No, Colin, that's already been accepted.
Amending it, right.
Sorry.
Amending, it's now to, since I accepted Mike's suggestion, is to amend it to say, well, hold on, now I got to write it. Hold on one second, let me see if I can go.
No, it's the exact, if I may, it's the exact same motion sans the very last piece.
Which is?
So where it says, or campaign for candidates, I think what we want to change it to say is.
No, we're not on that motion yet because that's been separated. So now we're back to you accept it as a friendly amendment to separate that
Okay,
last
okay.
portion out.
Okay.
So now the thing on the table is your original amendment minus
page 12.
that portion about campaigning.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so let me say that again. So this is, just to reiterate what Mike just said, we're doing basically the motion that we have been talking about, which were the multiple items from Karen, with the exception of the last one, which was about the page 12 comments.
Motions 2 through 7.
Yes, thank you.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Absolutely. So the motion right now is the amendment
Can I have one?
from what Karen presented for the items 3 through 7. Okay. All right, I'm going to call the vote. Okay, so.
What are we voting on?
So this is the amendment. These are items 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 as presented by Karen. I had them first from Karen and I had a second from Eric. Yes? Okay, so a vote yes will adopt the amendments 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that Karen presented.
It doesn't include number 2 also, it should include 2
Ah,
also.
man, I just keep copy and pasting wrong. That's my fault, sorry. So it also includes 2 as well. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as well. Everyone clear?
Play the lottery.
Okay, Sky,
Yes.
Reg,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
what, God, Mike,
Smike.
No.
Eric,
Yes.
Delilah,
No.
Bill,
No.
Ashley,
No.
and I will vote no. That's 4 in favor, 5 opposed. The motion fails. Now I believe that we are on number 8.
Yes.
Okay,
Number 8, we may need to wordsmith, Colin.
okay. Do you have any wordsmithing, Karen, right
So
now?
I'm trying to figure out how to put it into this sentence, and since it's, I already
Karen,
said.
do you mind if I restate my
Yeah, go ahead.
suggestion? So my suggestion is to say board members are prohibited from disregarding village's campaign rules.
When campaigning.
Well, for whatever, when not campaigning, whatever. You
Well,
just
'cause
have to follow, or you can put it in the affirmative. Board members must follow
Yeah.
each village's campaign rules.
So I think what has to happen is you have to, after oppose, you need to put a period. When campaigning for candidates in village elections, board members cannot disregard the rules of those villages.
It's your motion, so.
Is that, Michael, but does that satisfy the spirit of what you were trying to say?
It satisfies the spirit.
Thank you.
That doesn't preclude the other parts about not saying disparaging things and et cetera.
So, hold on
right?
1 second, though. So Karen, can
That's
I,
elsewhere.
because I'm sorry, I was trying to type all the things. So can you say that one more time?
Would love to. So after the word oppose, put a period. When campaigning, hopefully I say this right, when campaigning for candidates in village elections, board members cannot disregard the election rules of those villages.
Election rules
Of the villages.
of the villages.
Is that?
When campaigning for candidates in village elections, board members cannot disregard election rules of the villages.
Right.
Okay, thank you, sorry. Okay, so so that motion was made by Karen. Was there a second now that we've done all this wordsmithing? Reg, thank you.
Can we get clarity, because this is the same thing that I amended about allowing us to vote in village elections already, and we have chopped this up.
Quite a bit, yes.
Yeah.
So let me go back to what that amendment was.
Colin, can I make a suggestion then? I'm sorry to do this, Ashley. Because what Ashley basically said was she wants us to be able to campaign for the village board members. What we're saying is, I will amend my amendment for fun. The amendment will be, we'll take what Ashley had in out.
Hold on, Karen, may I?
Go ahead.
And may I just address Ashley's concern? I think there's a simpler way.
Good.
So Ashley, this would apply to what you said, right? So people would still be allowed to campaign for village board members, but again, you just have to follow the village's rules.
Yeah.
So this is specific to anyone, and I think that's kind of common sense.
Yeah, no, I just wanted clarity because like we've already approved something and I don't know how that impacts, like if we already have different wording. So I'm fine to remove it. It's a motion that was passed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So we're going to update Ashley's wording. I don't know if you have it there, Colin, and I apologize.
Yes, I do have Ashley's wording, which was, well, actually, Ashley didn't provide definitive wording. It was the spirit to allow for campaign for voting members across all village board seats.
Yeah.
Correct, and that spirit is still maintained
Yeah.
as long as you're following
So-
village's rules.
I would
motion that we update that wording to this.
I would suggest not making a motion because I would just say
No,
that.
I'm not making one, I'm clarifying,
Yes,
sorry, yeah.
because I think what Karen is making is actually verbiage that follows the spirit.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so let me just repeat where we're at, which is opposed period, this is all an addition, opposed period, when campaigning for candidates in village elections, board members cannot disregard election rules of the villages.
Could you recite what that last paragraph will read if this motion passes in its entirety?
But yeah, Colin, I think there's a correction that it's not just an addition, it's a replacement.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So I'd like to know what the last paragraph on page 12 will read should this motion pass.
This is my interpretation, and Karen, feel free to weigh in since it's your motion, but my interpretation is, other than as to their own individual candidacy, sitting board members shall not publicly endorse or oppose candidates.
Yes, thank you, good catch.
When campaigning for candidates in village elections, board members cannot disregard election rules of the villages.
Or you could say must adhere to.
Yes.
And must adhere to, sorry.
So
must adhere to.
So I'm a little confused. If your village allows you to campaign for a candidate in another village or doesn't prohibit it, are board members allowed to campaign for a board member in another village?
That's what we're saying.
Because I don't quite get that from the text. So
It's not there.
No. From the text that's recited. So it's a little, this is getting a little hard to
You
follow.
must adhere to the village rules in the village you're campaigning in.
I think when you say when campaigning, you're explicitly allowing.
So the text that says sitting board members shall not publicly endorse or oppose campaign for candidates in village elections, that would get struck? Is that?
So we need to add some specificity to that first sentence. You can't I think what we're trying to say here is, as a sitting board member, you cannot use your position as a board member, right? Like if I'm gonna go knock on doors, I'm not wearing I'm not wearing my CA board of directors shirt. I'm not identifying myself as a board member. I'm just an individual out campaigning and knocking doors, right? So I think what we're saying here is that,
sorry, Karen, I don't, my suggestion would be, for that first part, would be when campaigning for candidates in village elections, board members, I pasted it in the wrong spot. Sorry. Basically, I added to the endorse or oppose candidates in their capacity as a board member. Because I'm wondering if that's getting at the specificity.
I think we say that somewhere in here, don't we? We say that, that CA personnel and board members, you can't, it says we can't do that in 6.16 already.
Okay.
This last paragraph was just basically saying you can't campaign, but I think maybe what we want to say is in a board member's individual capacity, when campaigning for candidates in village elections, you must adhere to the village's election rules. Does that make sense? Is that still, because you're going to get other than as to their own, you're going to take out that other stuff, Colin. If you want me, do you want me to write it out and then you can? Mm-hmm. Okay. Sorry, give me 2 minutes, you guys, I apologize. Let me try to write this.
That's all good. Yourselves.
Oh, Colin, do you have, you don't have a regular keyboard.
I do not.
You have
There are other, I mean, while Karen's writing that, is there other discussion?
You don't have a flight ticket tomorrow, do you?
I'm sleeping.
We're keeping the use of CA resources can't be used, right?
Right, I think that's important. When acting in their individual capacity and campaigning in village elections, board members must adhere.
Sean, you excited to talk about that budget?
Adhere to, when acting adhere to the village election.
So what time tonight?
Okay, Colin, I think I got it.
All right, I'm ready.
Hang on one second. Excuse me, Reg.
Yep.
And this is why we
You're good.
and this is why we have the 3-meeting rule, so we can discuss this over 3 meetings instead of trying to cram it into a couple hours.
Sean,
Village election.
is there anything later
Board
on in the
members
agenda?
This is why we have that rule.
adhere to the village election rules. Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Karen. So I have it, where we stand now is when acting in their individual capacity in campaigning in village elections, board members must adhere to the village election rules.
Good.
Shit, sorry, I wasn't listening.
So that's the entirety of the last paragraph?
Look, this is what we're changing it to right there,
Yes.
right here.
I didn't know you were done. Can you repeat it?
When acting in their individual capacity and campaigning in village elections, board members must adhere to the village election rules.
Use of CA resources, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that other sentence stays, yeah.
Yep, and that second sentence stays.
Second sentence says,
That's what we're replacing it with.
okay.
We good?
Yeah.
We need, all right, one more time, just for the record. So what is currently in blue, basically the first sentence is just changing to be when acting in their individual capacity in campaigning in village elections, board members must adhere to the village election rules. The second sentence, use of CA resources, stays. A vote yes will amend that first sentence. God. Okay, Sky.
Yes.
Reg.
Yes.
Karen.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
Delilah.
Yes.
Bill.
No.
I will vote, oh, sorry, Ashley.
Ashley.
Yeah. I will vote yes. That's 8 in favor, 1 opposed. This passes. Would anyone like to call the question?
Yes.
Call the question.
Yes.
I'd like to move to table this.
Okay,
Because I would like to.
question was called. I actually heard Karen and then Ashley second it.
And here's the rationale.
So the question has been called, so we're going to vote to end debate. I'm not recognizing your point, Eric. We're going to move to a vote to end debate. So a vote yes will end the debate and go back to the main motion. Sky?
Yes.
Reg?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Eric?
Now.
Delilah?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. Oh, God, my Excel spreadsheet does not like me. That is 8 in favor, 1 opposed. It passes. We go to the main motion as amended. I will now call the roll for the main motion.
Point of information.
Sure.
Is there, right now, we got a whole bunch of amendments. I've got no idea what this policy looks like now. Is there any way to figure out what the heck we're actually voting on
I can tell you what the amendments are, sure. So we had so this motion passed, which was remove the 3rd edition on page 6, the Code of Conduct. After a board vote, members must not criticize or contradict the decision in public forums outside of board meetings or proceedings, although they may explain the rationale for their vote. The next amendment that passed was Ashley's Spirit, which got cleared up just a moment ago, and I'll explain that a second again. The other, yeah, believe it or not, after all that time, the only other amendment that actually passed was what we also just passed. So those 2 items, so changing that second sentence for what we just passed. So those are the 2 amendments.
Something else passed.
Sky, I'm just about to call roll if you can wait 2 seconds. Okay, great. All right, so we're going to call I'm going to go down the roll for the ethics policy as amended. Let me just make sure I'm in the right column. Sky said yes. Reg?
Come back to me.
Karen?
No, I have to vote no because we left that egregious section in.
Mike?
Thank you.
Yes.
Eric?
So,
Yes or no?
no, and this is
Okay,
why we have the three meeting
Delilah?
rule.
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
Reg?
No.
And I will vote yes. That is 6 in favor, 3 opposed. The motion passes as amended.
Mr. Chair.
All righty, we
Mr.
now
Chair.
are moving on to the next agenda item.
Mr. Chair, it's 10 PM. I move to adjourn.
That is germane and out of order because we still have an agenda unless someone would like to make an amendment to the agenda and have it seconded.
I will make an amendment to table the rest of the agenda and adjourn. It's 10 o'clock, and I don't think we're going to get any productive information at 10 o'clock or be able to make
Is there
productive
a
decisions
second
at 10 o'clock.
to-
I'll second.
So table and adjourn. Motion by Eric, seconded by Reg. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Reg?
So, not particularly this board.
There's,
but
I'm sorry, Reg, I'm trying not to be rude, but there's no discussion on tables. It's a privilege.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, that is right. So, thank you.
Never
That was a
mind.
point of order. Okay, so this is for table and adjourn. So a vote yes would table and adjourn.
I'll separate.
Sky seems out. Reg?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
Delilah?
No.
Bill?
No.
Ashley?
No.
I will, I'm going to just say that Sky is absent for this vote. I'm going to vote no. That's 5 opposed, 3 in favor, so the motion fails. So we will continue on with our agenda. So our next item under old business is the town hall meeting recap.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Do
Bill.
we need a motion to amend the procedure for the ethics panel?
Is that in this packet?
Yes, it is, sir.
Oh, thank you, then.
No, the resolution was for all
Yeah,
three
I
of
thought,
those things.
yes.
Oh, that's inclusive. It's the late hour. My
Okay,
apologies.
I was like, okay, yeah.
I just want to make sure we had that taken care of.
Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, we are, John.
I'll be brief. Just a recap on the town hall meeting that was held on September 11th. Those that attended, all of the board saw presentations by the CFO, Dan Burns, Jeremy, and myself. I think it was well received and well regarded. We had about 45 attendees, which compared to a usual board meeting is a lot of people attending and participating. There were great questions submitted on index cards and answered, and we hope to have more town hall meetings in the future, so it was an overall success. That's all.
Any quick, Eric?
Yeah, I'd like to express some concerns about the town hall meeting. So I think it was great that we could have the town hall, get people together, but I also see it as a failed opportunity for CI. It was a failed opportunity because a town hall is generally, in my opinion, represent community discussion. It's where the board gets a chance to hear from the members of the community that show up, and we really didn't get that opportunity as a community. Yeah, we could talk to individuals after the meeting, but that was sort of more like a social hour. But as far as questions that the community wanted to raise, their community members were basically limited to writing questions on index cards, and only some of the index cards were read, not all of them. So we didn't even get to all the questions that the members of the community had. And certainly no one in the community was allowed to address the board like a resident speak out style. We didn't actually hear verbally from anyone in the community. So if there were any concerns that weren't a question, just concerns with how the organization's operating, we didn't get to hear that. So I am very concerned that we really didn't get much as a board, as a community. We didn't get much information back from the residents we're expected to serve. In the future, I would like to see more engagement with the community with these type of town halls. I'd like to let people register, let people address the board like we do for resident speak out. I mean, I think it's a shame that the town hall actually had less engagement than a typical resident speak out. I would like to see the town halls allow for more back and forth. Right now, our resident speak outs don't allow for any back and forth. So a town hall should allow for that public back and forth. It should create discussion. And I think there wasn't any discussion at this town hall. So I think this was generally a missed opportunity, and this is something that I would like to see improved going forward.
Mike, and then Reg. Mike?
Yeah, I think everything that Eric was describing as a bug there was actually a feature. As he was calling it, the informal, that actually maximizes the ability for board members to interact with residents, have more in-depth conversations, where if we're limiting it to one person speaking at a time, you're just naturally not going to be able to have as many conversations. And it also just lends itself where people are talking at one another instead of to one another. And I wasn't there, but I got a lot of positive feedback from members of the Owen Brown community that attended. So I think that everything Eric described, I think, was a feature rather than a bug.
Reg?
Okay, so I actually went out to the crowd and talked to people, and I think actually it was a success. I thought the people, a lot of individuals I spoke to enjoyed their time. But the one complaint they did have is they said, you know what, we really wanted to have spend more time with the residents speak out. They wanted to come up to the podium, or not podium, but to the microphone and speak with us and air whatever complaint or whatever compliments, whatever they had. They wanted more time spent on that, and they said that they felt that we kind of missed the opportunity. We should have had more time on that, and then, as they get ready to close, to have everyone go out and make that conversation. Though that conversation was good, I had some great conversations with individuals that I met, but they, I've had quite a number tell me that they really wanted more of the residents speak out. And afterwards, I was told the same thing as well.
Ashley?
Yeah, overall, I heard a lot of positive feedback about the town hall. As was made very clear, this was the first one. It was a trial. We're figuring out what format works best for everybody. I agree to an extent that we should have just allowed more question for the index cards portion, answering the questions. I think it removes the occasional instances we've seen of more performative resident speak outs, almost where it can be scripted between certain board members and the person speaking at the pulpit. And so by doing the index cards, it allowed us to be succinct in the way that we answered the questions. I think other ways to improve it would be electronically capturing it, because as the person that was reading the index cards, you had to be able to read everybody's handwriting, and then also having the possibility to capture information to follow up with individuals, right? But everybody has the same access to us of contacting the board and getting follow-up. And the other issue is that so many of the people who come here for resident speak out, a lot of the issues are really best suited for the staff to address, right? It's an operational thing. I remember we had folks coming to talk about the hiring lifeguards and nepotism rules and et cetera, and that's not a board decision. This is an HR policy. So having more access to senior leadership and staff was another benefit of the town hall that I saw, and I just look forward to see how it evolves over time. And can we turn the air conditioning back on?
Sky?
I have about 100 comments. It evolved. I was glad to see that the title was Board Meeting Town Hall, because it was a specialized board meeting, and in my mind, it wasn't a town hall. It was more of an orientation to the 4 different aspects of CA, with a little bit of Q&A and mingling thrown in. I think the mingling was networking, and it was very important afterwards. And I would still make some improvements on that. I would like to see it more often in the future, perhaps in smaller groups. And I'm glad we finally did it. It had been in my mind for a couple of years, and I think we can only improve it in the future. Thanks.
Karen?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the town hall very much. I thought the presentations were good, and it gave people information that maybe they hadn't seen before. I counted up the number of people there was 40. I'd like to see more people actually attend the town halls. One of the concerns I had was when we went out to the breakout tables was if you were watching it online, you didn't get to participate. And I thought that was a missed opportunity for people, but I don't know, and also I was concerned that were we violating the HOA Act when we did that? Because once again, we were limiting people. You had to show up in person, so there was a physical requirement. But I was really impressed with the staff. I thought they did a great job interacting with the public. I obviously made a beeline for Sean and Stephanie's table and wanted to hear what people were asking them. I thought they did a good job explaining everything. I thought it was incredibly helpful. But again, I do agree with Eric. I think that it's really helpful if you can hear what everybody thinks. So if you're at the finance table and you're talking about a very specific issue, and Sean and Stephanie, you're doing a great job explaining it, just that one person gets to hear that explanation, and other people might have that same question. So it just seemed like people were missing out because they had to choose. So.
Any other discussion?
Well, I was out of town visiting family, but watching it on YouTube, I thought that the breadth of it was extraordinarily wide, which I think for a first meeting was probably good because it hit every corner of the organization. I think town halls are most effective if you can narrow the scope so that folks can talk on a subject rather than the entire organization. Then a little bit more can get accomplished as far as the back and forth. So maybe as we go forward, we start thinking about finding the right, size of the discussion from a thematic point of view.
This is going to be a little winded. So I'm interested in a straw poll. If we could ask Sean and staff maybe some kind of form to collect this feedback and then present something synthesized for us to review to actually have a robust discussion about what improvement would look like for the next town hall. So that was winded to say, are we interested in asking? I see nods, thumbs up.
Colin, sometimes when you do training, things like that, afterwards there'll be like a survey you have to take. And that would be good to get from the residents. Like if you attended, can we have your email so we can send you a survey to see what you thought? Just get feedback from people.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we do something similar for that for the board, just because this was the first one, and I don't know if we have that kind of.
We should.
And that way we can collect it, we can review it at a meeting, if that makes sense.
We'll summarize it.
Yep. Everyone good with that? Okay, cool. All right, we will move on then to 8A, CFO Sean.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to talk briefly about the overall Q1 financial results, but before I get into it, I just want to remind everybody on the board that we had a audit committee meeting yesterday, and we got really extensive, very detailed conversation. So I strongly suggest every one of you to go ahead and listen, and that was very engaging conversation, and it will be very beneficial for the board members to listen and understand the scope and extent and the detail we got into. So quickly, the overall summary is we complete the first quarter of FY26.
Good question. The financial reports are 8B. Are we not doing the FY27 budget discussion, 8A?
We are on 8A, yeah, the FY27 budget discussion.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. So 8A, let's see what we got.
I just want to make sure that we don't skip 8A.
I am anxious to go home, I guess, right?
I know. I just want to make sure that this item doesn't get lost.
Must be actually, the heat is getting to me as well, so. All right, so the 8A, I think we kind of talked about the feedback. The majority of discussion took place, and we had the same observations about what happened at Town Hall. And really, at this point, we are more interested in the board guidance for us, what you guys heard from that meeting, and what are the overall strategy guidance you want to give us. So that's what we're interested in hearing from you, really. This is about also your discussion in terms of what you heard, more than me telling you what we heard. So You were there, you were listening as well as we were. I mean, really, we need board's guidance on that. That's the purpose of this meeting. Give us some guidance in terms of where the priority strategies are you want to focus on. And the next meeting, October, again, we're going to come over and talk about that. But this is your chance to tell us to step what you heard.
So, Sean, going to the schedule and recognizing that it's late and hearing concerns, thoughts if we were to have this hour-long discussion during the October meeting, how would that impact the schedule? Would that be problematic, or do you need robust discussion and deliberation tonight? And I guess that's a question for you as well, Sean.
Sean?
Usually, we use this opportunity for the board to set strategic budget priorities. Historically, that's been the case. They're broad. We can share what they were last year. I don't envision them changing them quite a bit. So what we can do is share them, and then the next meeting have a discussion about them. And if there's other things outside of that that the board is interested in pursuing, that can certainly come up. So no, it does not affect the schedule a great deal.
Okay, Karen?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. The budget, how are we aligning board goals that we voted on recently with the budget? Because that feels like that's our strategic direction.
Yes, so the budget priorities are aligned with the strategic plan that was adopted last year, and also the goals align with the strategic plan as well. So they're all in alignment.
Mike?
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna take my hand down.
Okay. Eric?
A question for Sean. Is there actually, if we move this item to the next meeting, is there actually room in the next meeting to have an hour-long discussion on the board budget goals?
Well, I don't have the other next agenda in front of me, but we might have to modify some things.
Because I'm a little concerned that we push this off and then, well, I know we usually have fairly full agendas, and that could cause next week's meeting to go to like 11:30. So that's my concern about pushing this off right now.
We'll look at the agenda and see what we can modify to make sure it's
I'm trying to pull up the BOC stuff right now.
Colin, I'm sorry, I re-raised my hand.
Great. Mike?
I was just going to point out that, this is really up to us guys, that if we want the strategic plan to be largely we want the strategic alignment of the budget to be largely the same as it was last year, this is a really quick discussion. But if board members are trying to make significant changes, then we just need to air those out rapidly, and then it will be a moderately long discussion, or we can spin around in circles and it'll take a really long time.
Thank you, Mike. The BOC agenda that I think I found for the next October meeting is scheduled to end at 10:15, just as a point of information. Ashley?
Yeah, one of my agendas for the budget is to earmark funds to have an updated ADA assessment, which I know I've spoke with a few from senior leadership about doing. I don't know the best way to get that in, but I figured I might as well officially express it now in this meeting. I believe Susan said it's about $100,000 the last when I inquired about it. It's more than a decade old, so outdated. Want to get that updated and then figure out our plan, especially along the capital investment thing, which is part of our goals.
Bill?
I started early and spent a lot of time in August working with folks in my community, the residents, and we have a number of new principals in our community. We have a lot of new people at the PTAs. When we did our budget priorities last year, the Department of Education existed. Especially in my community, we certainly have some needs. And as far as the CA budget was concerned, I wanted to see what we could do about augmenting our before and after school program to help some of those kids who probably won't get the same support that they had last year from to help strengthen the safety net. I think we ought to increase our grant money for the donation budget and our partnership with the Community Foundation of Howard County so that they can effectively seed nonprofits in the Columbia community to also help out with those initiatives. And lastly, I've been hearing a lot about power bills. And one of the reasons I'm an old old-timey power guy. I've been in the power industry for a while. One of the main reasons why we have higher power bills is because during the summer months, a lot of energy for Maryland has to be purchased from out of state. And if we can work towards generating more on our land and accelerating some of our solar projects, that will, in the end, help minimize the amount of purchases that have to be done out of state, which will indirectly help our residents with their power bills. So I'd like to see some focus on those three initiatives in the upcoming budget. I don't have a firm dollar or anything like that. I hoped at this point we could talk, broad principles that we don't have a Department of Education anymore. Kids throughout this community are going to be in need, and we aren't going to be able to help meet that need until next May anyway. And we need to help people out with their power bills. So if we could just start hammering that out from a budget standpoint, I would truly appreciate it. Thanks.
Reg?
I think those are all really good ideas and things that we should definitely consider. Sorry. But, when it gets late at night, we as a board, now historically, the other CA boards that I've been on have made some terrible decisions late at night because we get tired and lose our focus. So I'm suggesting that, either we kind of, move on, or we start to think about, coming to an end, because like I said, historically, the board doesn't do a good job when it starts getting late at night.
Eric?
Yeah, so one of the, and I forget if this was a priority last year or not, but one of my big priorities I hear from residents over and over and over and over again is our annual charge rate is too high. It's our annual charge rate, the equivalent of 34 cents per hundred. It's almost twice Emerson's rate, which I think is now 18 cents per hundred. People in my village are paying double and triple what they're paying in Reston, and they get free pools. We don't. So the complaint I hear over and over and over again is our annual charge bills are way too high, and I'd like to see those come down. They're especially high in River Hill, and so I hear that over and over again. And the other thing I'd like to see come down is the cost to use our pay for facilities like the pools, gyms, et cetera. To get a membership, a play membership, just to use the outdoor pools, which includes more than the outdoor pools, but to get a membership to use the pools is a minimum for a family of is $450 or so, and that goes up every year. Most other HOAs that have pools, it's included in the HOA costs. Even Emerson, which charges extra, only charges $150 extra. And swimming is a key skill. It's a key life skill. And so getting better access by reducing those costs, I think is also important. And I'm looking at our quarterlies. We're beating budget this quarter. We beat budget last quarter. We beat budget last year, the year before here, and the year before that. I think there's certainly money in the budget to start reducing a lot of the annual charge costs, a lot of the membership costs, and I think that'll help build a better community. It'll make CA more attractive. People want to move here because those costs are down, because again, we hear about affordability is a problem, housing affordability, and certainly adding an extra $2,000, $3,000 bill on top of your mortgage and taxes just adds to that unaffordability around CA, and that's the bills coming to River Hill. That's what we see, $2,000 to $3,000 bills, depending on where you're living, obviously. So again, I think it's key that we work to get down this assessment and get it in line with other HOAs, because we're charging, frankly, we're charging a lot. We're charging more than other HOAs in the area, and on paper, we're providing less services. The other HOAs are providing pools include some like
Eric, your 3 minutes.
Supply gyms. Those are all extra charges. So again, I'd like to see our annual charge rate come down, and I'd like to see us be able to reduce memberships for residents.
Okay. Is there any, Sky?
Yeah, I probably for every meeting the last couple of years, I've heard the same comments about our assessment and our cap and the value that we get for the money that we pay in. I think it's really important that we compare apples and apples and not apples and oranges. So if we're going to every meeting compare Columbia with other HOAs, we have to talk about an equitable database, and the parameters have to be the same. I also believe that aren't we doing a membership study that should be finished in the next few months, so that will take care of a lot of the cost of the amenities. And I remember back in the 90s, there were 2 plans. We could either get the plan or the plus plan, and now I think there are 6 of them with even special plans for the points program and limited income people. So it's just mind-boggling. It's almost like a smorgasbord where you can pick this and that and that, and that's wonderful, but it makes the choices difficult because they are so varied, and it's hard to compare one with the other. So I think that some of your concerns will be automatically met this year, and then we can either act on them or put them to rest. But I agree. I think that we also have to bring open space into the formula. And a lot of people wonder about open space and what is the value of it. And I compare Columbia with Manhattan, where there's literally no open space. It's all horizontal and vertical concrete. So that, in a way, is what we're paying for here. Thanks.
Delilah?
Since we chose the capital improvements as one of our board goals, sorry, I forgot my code to get in. Is it my anniversary? Okay. I figured it out. So since that is one of our goals, I think that we need to focus on achieving that AAA credit rating so that when we borrow money for those capital improvements, it is not costing us, our residents, even more money. So I think we should be thinking strategically about how we can make decisions with this budget in order to achieve that rating. So I don't know if anyone saw Sean's answer in the SMART sheet, but he gave some pretty clear steps we can take as a board to ensure that we are moving in that direction to get that rating. And I just wanted to add that reducing our revenue in any way is not going to allow us to achieve that. And just to quantify a reduction in our assessment, that if we dropped that cost by just 1 penny, that's going to save families or their households $25. But we would lose over $725,000 in revenue. $25 for our household. No one's going to say, "Oh gosh, thanks to that CA board that reduced my assessment by $25." Additionally, if we every 1% cap reduction, we would lose $1 million, and then households would only save $34. So I think we need to be really careful about talking about any reduction in revenue in alignment with the goals that we set as a board.
Karen?
Yeah, I always take exception at comments like that, Delilah. I apologize, but there are a lot of people in my community who use the food bank. $25 means a lot to them.
In a year?
Yes. $25 means a lot. It may not mean a lot to you. I mean, you're very well educated. You live in a high-end community. You and your husband make a very decent living. You guys have a lot of privileges. I'm telling you, when I knock on doors in my community, there are people in tears because they cannot afford the annual charge. They can barely afford to keep their house together, and they don't have anywhere to go. They're not going to go to a senior community because they can't afford it. They're here in Columbia. They've lived here their entire lives. This is where their friends are. This is the community that they've lived. They know everyone, and they are struggling to make ends meet. You know, I don't know how some of them are putting food on the table. And I know that there are a lot of us who can't relate to that, but everybody in this room is incredibly privileged financially. And Columbia used to be a very inclusive community. We all got to go to the pool. And I don't know how to express it to you guys that we have become elitist. We put financial barriers, and you talk about revenue. We need to seriously consider, are we serving this community well? I don't think that we are. I think that we need to reprioritize this budget. We have a lot of amenities that our residents are supporting that they can't use, right? That doesn't seem very fair to me. You know, Colin lives in a condo and was upset because he has to pay so much more because of when he bought his condo. That money matters to him. He feels like that's unfair. So I can't even imagine being a kid walking by the Talbot Springs pool every single day and knowing that I cannot go there unless someone hands me a free pass, you know? And so I just think that we should be thinking, especially right now, we are about to hit a recession. Probably the stock market is overvalued at this point. We do not know what's going to happen in this next year. And we're sitting here discussing, nope, sorry, can't reduce your annual charge. Too bad for you. Too bad you can't use stuff. We don't really care. We've got our 30% of residents using it. That's sufficient. All the non-residents who are on our swim team, like, I would really encourage you, go to some of the neighborhoods where the kids go to Talbot Springs Elementary School. Go to where they go to Stevens Forest Elementary School, and how many of them are on free and reduced meals. 30% of the kids that go to Oakland Mills High School, free and reduced meals. So I think some humility from this board would be acceptable rather than talking about revenue, especially when I know that, I drive by Blandare every day, and while that's not a Columbia park, Howard County residents have built a park that they really don't get to use. There's a nice playground there, but the majority of the time that park is used by people from out of town who come in to play lacrosse, play baseball, other sports, but not us. We are doing the same thing with our amenities. The residents should be the number one goal, to make sure they want the amenities and they are using them.
Karen.
Thank you, sorry.
So, as a courtesy, I'll let you continue your
I don't want to make a speech. Everybody knows what I think. I'm done.
I want to acknowledge that I do feel like you were skirting name-calling and assumptions of people's financial dispositions and privilege that I don't think is appropriate and aligns with our code of conduct. I'm not saying that you crossed it, but I think that you did skirt it, and I ask you to be thoughtful and cognizant, since we're in a public meeting that's being recorded, and not disparage other board members in that capacity. I'll move on. Ashley, did you have something?
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of along the lines of, or addressing what Karen was saying. Howard County is one of the most affluent counties in the country. However, with that said, obviously there is a wide array of income. I know that we have the low-income qualified benefits available for membership and before and after school care. Have we ever looked at anything like that related to the assessment? Is there anything that we offer that's income-based in terms of reducing, like when people are going through hardships or anything like that?
Based on the annual charge?
Yes, correct, yeah.
What do we offer? Do we offer like a payment program?
Yeah, do we offer anything that if you've been laid off from your job or et cetera, like if you have, I want to say extenuating circumstance, that's not correct, but if you are basically going through a financial hardship, right, is there a percentage reduction or anything we've ever considered offering temporarily?
Is Dan down there?
Yeah.
Can you speak to that? I know, I'm not sure what the memberships, but.
Yeah, not memberships, but for the
annual
CPRA.
charge, the only thing I'm aware of is the, I don't know what the exact name is, the aging in place tax credit.
Oh, yeah.
We work with that, but there is, to my knowledge, not any other programs that are amenable. It gets tied directly to the assessment, so if you get an abatement, then that could adjust it.
Got it. Okay. I would be supportive of an income-based relief, right, especially because we do know so many people are about to go through hardships. Again, Howard County is one of the most affluent counties, so I don't believe it should be something applied across the board. This should be people who are going through hardships, don't have the money available. We certainly have some flexibility in the things that we're deciding in our budget. So I would support some way to figure out that with the assessment.
Mike, second time.
Thanks. I was actually going to start by saying it's my second time. For next year's budget, I'd really like to continue prioritizing maintenance of assets. I would like to prioritize the updates to our information systems, including making information more readily available to residents through like better organization and update of the website and continued GIS improvements. And I'd like to ensure that we're continuing to prioritize some of the really popular sustainability efforts, whether that's tree planting or invasive species removal. Those are all really important to me. Just to comment on a couple things other board members have said, like Ashley, I agree with your sentiment that it would be really nice if we could have like a progressive based annual assessment charge, but I don't think that the deed declaration and covenants actually allow for that. That I think it's pretty explicit that the annual charge has to be a uniform rate for everyone. You know, staff can chime in on that and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my interpretation of it. And I'll just observe that I think Eric is once again conflating beating budget with having a surplus, and those are not the same things. Every time we have a financial discussion, those things seem to get conflated. I don't think that's helpful to the residents. And I, for one, am open to discussions about how to lower the annual charge. Probably not reduce memberships, but maybe more open to discussions of how to reduce the annual charge. But I've never heard a serious conversation of how we're going to lower revenue, which has to be done by lowering expenses. And I never hear the lowering expenses side of it. So I'm open to that, but it's got to come with a serious discussion about how we're lowering CA's own expenses.
Okay, Bill?
Yeah, just piggybacking on what Mike said, it is in the covenants that all properties have to be charged at the same rate. That's in there for sure. I recall that myself. Secondly, I did a back of the envelope calculation with our Q1 numbers here. On July 1st, when we were just mailing out the annual charge invoices to everybody, our net assets had dwindled down to about 2 weeks worth of assets to be available for payroll and paying the utilities and the bills. We were down to just nothing, and we were just mailing the bills out. So if anybody thinks that we've got armored cars sitting behind the athletic club full of money that we're not giving to people and we should just give everybody a break, that's not the case. This company runs very tight, and we need to all understand that. And if we're going to have a discussion of reducing what the annual charge is, we need to have a very frank discussion of what facilities, what amenities, what programs, and what services are we going to no longer provide for the people of Columbia. It has to be a quid pro quo. This is a contained system here. There isn't any cushion to play around with here. And if people think that they need to pay less, we have to provide less. And we need to have that discussion. To sit here and just say, well, people should pay less. Emerson, one pool, multiply that by 23, and maybe you come up and go, that's a freaking deal that you get in Columbia, because we offer a whole lot more. So let's understand that we need to stop doing what we're doing if we want to provide less cost. It's a simple equation. So I just want to put that out there.
Eric, second time.
Yeah, well, River Hill only has one pool also, and we're twice the size of Emerson. That being said, I'm not sure what you consider a shoestring. I'm looking at the financial reports from the end of last year. We ended 2025 with a total of $42 million in cash equivalents, and emergency cash reserves. So I'm not sure how $42 million is a shoestring, given that that's half our budget, and that's almost an entire year's worth of annual charge. Our annual charge is about $49 million or so. So we've got $42 million in cash and emergency cash reserves from the end of 2025, and that's up from 2024. So we're actually accumulating more cash each year. We beat budget this first quarter by $2 million, just in one quarter alone. That's 3 cents of annual charge right there. We beat budget last year by what, about 6 million or so? That's what, 9 cents of annual charge right there. We certainly have the leeway to reduce the annual charge.
You're not looking at the expenses side.
Bill. We're not
I
having
didn't,
a back and
I didn't
forth.
interrupt you.
We're not having back and forth.
I didn't interrupt you, but I'm just looking at the cash. Just look at the cash. And when you say we're running on a shoestring, that we only have 2 weeks worth, I can't believe $42 million is only 2 weeks worth of expenses. That's what we have in cash, emergency cash reserves.
We're going to stop.
Do I get 3 minutes?
You have 1 minute left.
Okay, I'll yield the balance of my time then.
Great. Sean, can I pass to you to comment?
I'll just say, Eric, that's not accurate, what you're saying. Sean is happy to give a presentation. Your interpretation is not accurate. That's what it says. Your interpretation is your interpretation.
And you're reading them wrong.
Sean can give a presentation at a future date. He'd be happy to do it to explain the numbers and what we actually have for funding. But I don't think tonight's the night to do that, or is the night to kind of go back and forth about, our interpretations.
Karen, second time?
Yeah, I would just like to remind Bill about the Code of Civility before I go into my comments. Yeah, I had a really good, before I went off to Colorado, I had a really good meeting with Sean and Stephanie. And one of the things when we're talking about expenses, I think that we look at is to figure out is what we're spending on things making sense? And I was really excited to hear about what the pool analysis going on to make sure, because I keep bringing up that, we're spending $139,000 more per pool in Columbia than they do in Reston. And why is that when their pools are really not different than ours? So I was excited to hear that they're doing the analysis. I would like to see that kind of analysis where we can find, efficiencies in what we're spending, because that's a lot of money when you add that up for our pools. And if we could save that money, that's one place that's over $1 million a year right there, just to cover some of the things that we're asking about. And I think if the pools are that way, I think we should take a look at everything. So from the gyms, if the gyms are running at a loss, we need to figure out why are they running at a loss. Does it make sense for us to keep maintaining a horse center? I don't know. We have a horse center. And so are there things that maybe the residents would be willing to say, yeah, maybe we don't need a horse center? Maybe are there only 2 people? I don't know how many people use the horse center. So if people online are watching this and you love the horse center, feel free to email me and tell me that you love the horse center. But I think that's the kind of thing I would really like to see, is to just really check our expenses to see, is what we're spending on these facilities and these amenities, is it reasonable? Because I think that we have a lot of large expenses coming up, and I hear people talking about new amenities and things like that, and I don't think we should be building any new amenities. I think we should be figuring out how to deal with the ones that we already have and make sure that that's actually what the residents want. So, thank you.
Reg, second time?
Okay, so, forgot about this thing, sorry. So I'm just sitting there thinking about what we've all been talking about, but I know that as I walk around my village and then, other places, and people that know me have stopped me, and one of the things that's universally said is that they are concerned about their assessments, and they've made it quite well known. And I understand that we have amenities that are available to the members of the residents of Columbia. But as Karen has said, if they can't use it, what good is it to them? So, we need to think long and hard as to how we're going to handle it, what we're going to do. But the other part is that I know we're not a government, but these are the people that voted us in, and it wasn't someone from Columbia Association coming into each village and saying, I select Reg Avery to be the CA rep. It was those people called residents who voted us in, and they're the ones that have to say so whether we sit here or not. Regardless of what anyone may think, they have a say-so, and they've kind of told us that they have concerns and they're kind of worried. So, we owe it to them to at least listen and to see what we can do to resolve. And I get it, again, that we're not a government, that we're, as I've been told repeatedly, we're not elected officials, we're not politicians, we're not Democrats, Republicans, who are independents or anything like that. We're in a homeowners association, but there's a whole lot of people that depend upon us, and they voted us in as their representatives, and they expect us to represent us. Now, I'm not saying that we don't. I'm just saying that we just need to remember that.
That's it.
Any other discussion on this item? Sean and Sean, do you have what you need from us for tonight's?
Yes, this is great feedback.
Okay. All right. CFO Sean, I guess now we'll go on to 8V, please.
Well, again, thank you for the opportunity to really talk to you about the Q1 financial results. And as I mentioned earlier, we had a very engaging, detailed conversation with the audit committee yesterday. And again, I encourage every one of the board members, please go ahead and listen. And it was really balanced, and there was a lot of substance, I believe, in that conversation. But overall, as I started telling you, we finished Q1 about 20 million or 5% over budget in increased net assets. And then the revenue up to 61 million was about 0.6 million or 1% above budget, and 2 million or 3% from the prior year, same time. And the operating expenses were 21.6 million. They were 6% below budget, and primarily due to timing of differences. And they were almost 1.1 million or 5% higher than the prior year. And the majority of the driver year over year, don't forget to recall, as increases year over year in terms of variables. But just want to take the opportunity to say, because we are, quarter to date over, that doesn't necessarily translate to full year. I know Bill made that statement, observation several times. Again, the last year, in the one quarter doesn't make the year. But I just want to remind this board is that we ended up with 2.4 million net cash last year. And you make more money, $11 million. We spent more money on CIP, building paths and bridges and lakes. And so we don't necessarily end up with $42 million cash. And I just wanted to second what Bill said in terms of we are running lean. So I just want to conclude my remarks with that.
All right, thank you, Sean. Any discussion on this item?
Just a quick note from the committee. We were very impressed with Sean's presentation last night. He did a great job going through all the numbers, and Stephanie also. Thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you.
This first quarter is a great table setting for what we are going to be looking at for the rest of the year. Memberships were up, and it's one quarter. We don't want to say that it's the gospel, but it's in the right direction. I think it's the highest number of memberships that we've had in a very long time, both residents of Columbia and total memberships. That revenue was certainly appreciated, and we held the line on a lot of expenses, but there were a lot of things when you got into the nitty-gritty. Tariffs are starting to show up. Costs for insurance are going up very quickly. There are a lot of challenges ahead that we're going to have to counteract, so we need to be cognizant of all those forces as we go through our budget process this year. So just food for thought. Overall, our revenue is moving at about 3%, which kind of is driven by our annual charge rate cap. But our expenses are at 5% for this quarter. So we're burning twice as fast as we're bringing in. And if that continues, we really need to start looking at, just the math shows we got to do something. So let's all be cognizant of that as we go through this process. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Eric?
I got a question. How are we burning twice as fast as we're bringing in if we're beating budget by $2 million? Those statements don't seem to add up, because if we were right on budget, would we be a disaster? And if that's the case, why are we passing budgets that would be a disaster? Because it sounds like we're way behind things right now, even beating budget by $2 million based on what you're saying. And so if we were right on budget, we'd be $2 million behind that. So the question I have is, are we passing budgets that are a financial problem for this organization? Because if we're beating budget by $2 million, and that's still a problem, I question why we're passing budgets that would be $2 million worse if we were hitting it directly, and wouldn't that be a bigger problem? And why are we passing those kind of budgets?
I'm going to suggest that we can have a conversation with Sean and Sean. We can have additional presentations to the board, but I don't think that we're going to be able to have that conversation tonight. Is there any other discussion on this agenda item? Okay, So if not, I would like to make a recommendation. So we have 8C, the Community Programs and Services Overview, 8D, the approval of the draft minutes, and then 9, 10, 11, 12. Is there a motion to table the remaining agenda items for?
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there any objection?
Actually, I'd like to do questions. I'd like to do proposed new topics. I do have one proposed new topic.
Can you just submit it through the board portal?
It's really quick.
This was a privileged motion. There's no discussion.
Yeah, and it was already made by Eric and then seconded by Reg. So is there any objection to?
I will amend my motion to
No,
table.
it was moved by me.
I will amend my motion to withdraw my motion, because I can, and make a new motion to table 8C and 8D.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so the motion is to table 8C and 8D. First from Eric, second from Karen. Is any discussion? Yes. Okay, so,
I move to table the rest of the agenda and adjourn.
okay, so that,
I'd like to make an amendment.
stop. So we have Mike's motion now on the floor, which is to table the rest of the agenda and adjourn.
I will make a.
Is now superseding your amendment. So we are going.
I will make a friendly amendment to that amendment to add a proposed new topic of, let's look at adding a parliamentarian to the board.
No.
All right, so this is to table the rest of the agenda and adjourn. First from Mike, second by Delilah. Sky? To table the rest of the agenda and adjourn. Reg?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Delilah?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Ashley?
No, yeah. I'm kidding.
I will vote yes. That is 9 in favor, 0 opposed. With that, we will adjourn at 10:53.
Is that 11 years?